Fair use is using a limited amount of copyright materials in such a way as to not to be infringement. It is codified at 17 USC 107, United States fair use of the copyright work is not infringement of the copyright. The section lists factors that must access determine whether particular use of fair. There are no bright lines rules regarding the use of each determination and made individual case by case basis. 1. The purpose of character of the use, including whether the use of the commercial nature or nonprofit education purpose. Nonprofit education, non-commercial use more likely to be fair use. This does not mean that all nonprofit education commercial. I'm just looking up copyright laws on here. Copyright Act in 17 USC 121 and 17 USC 110(8), including specified statutory exception for reproduction of materials for the blind or the person with disabilities. Anybody who copied my fucking video, are you guys blind? Do you have a disability? You know? Section 121, the Chaffee Amendment permits the reproduction copyright works in Braille, audio electric, web Braille, or necessary format. For instance, National Library Service or for the blind or physical handicap administrators. Program under Section 121. Faith Trust Digital Library also relies Section 121 in providing access to disabled user. Only a disabled person can copyright my fucking shit, you know? If you're not disabled, I think I have an authorization to fucking sue you for stealing my shit for your profit, you know? You know, when you steal my shit, right? So what makes you think you can have the authorization to steal my shit? So by law, U.S. copyright laws doesn't allow animals to file copyright infringement. The people who are copying my fucking videos, are you an animal? Huh? Are you a fucking animal? No, I guess not, you know? So yeah, so it does, you know, in reality, right? In reality, you know, it's like we do have fucking, I realize that we do, that's why I say we do have con men and scammers. And ones who copy off my fucking videos are the fucking scammers, you know? We do got con mans. We got fucking, it's like we have thievery, especially when it comes to videos, you know? So, such use, the fair use is the limited amount of copyright material in such a way as is not infringement. It is codified 17 USC 1. I read that already. Okay. The United States copyright law was last generally revised by Copyright Act 1976, codified in the Title 17 of the United States Code. The United States Constitution explicitly grants Congress the power to create copyright laws under Article 1, Section 8, Clause 8, known as Copyright Clause. Under the Copyright Clause, Congress has the power to promote progress of science and the useful art. Does anybody in my fucking any trolls has any using it for progress and useful art? You know, you call this useful art. You say this is entertainment. You know, but to me it's me expressing myself, so I wouldn't call it art. You know. Limited author, inventors, inclusive rights to respective writing discovery. The United States Copyright Office handles copyright registration, recording, copyright transfer, and other administration aspects of the copyright. Okay, exclusive rights. There are 6 basic rights to protect by copyright. The owner of the copyright has the exclusive rights to do or to authorize others to do the following. I have to authorize you to copy. You have to ask my permission for you to copy off my shit. You know, basically, you have to ask my permission to copy off my shit. You can't just steal my shit. You know, my videos. To reproduce the work of the copy phonocore, record, whatever, preppers derivative work based upon works. To distribute copy phonorecord of the work of public by sales and other transfer, ownership, or rental, lease, or lending. Yeah, if you steal my shit, you have to pay me. You know, I figure, you know, if you're gonna steal my shit, you have to give me some kind of payment for taking my shit and put on your fucking video. You know, so you gotta talk to me. You know, if you steal my video, I realize if you steal my fucking videos, I could sue your ass. I could use the copyright laws against your fucking ass. That's how I'm going to use it, you know? So publicity performed to work. The work in case of literary, musical, dramatical, chronographic work, photo, motion pictures, and audio visual work. Publicity display the work in case literally, okay, same thing, picture, graphic, digital transmit, recording by means digital audio transmission. A violation of any of the exclusive rights of copyright holder is a copyright infringement. So the ones who stole my video it has a copyright infringement. So the ones who stole my video, you have to erase my videos because I didn't authorize you to steal my videos. So you are infringing me. You're infringing. You know, you're kind of infringement. You know, you're copyright infringement. You know, unless fair use, similar affirmative defense applies. Authorship, ownership, and work for hire. So, you know, if you're going to use my videos, I have to hire you to use my fucking videos, you know? So, yeah, work hire, it's a hire meaning Copyright Act. Then the employers or the commissioning party is deemed to be the authors and will own the copyright as it were their true author. These circumstances I'm not employed to anybody. I'm really not employed to anybody. So why do you believe that you can take my fucking shit? You know? Okay, work prepared employees, scope, the employments, and community creative nonviolence. Read 490 U.S. 730 1989. The Supreme Court held the terms of the employees context should be interpreted according to common law agency principle. If the person is doing the work and an employee within the meanings of the common law, and the work was not done within the scope of their employment, whether the work is kind they were employed to prepare, whether the preparation takes place primarily within the employer time and place specification, and whether the work activated, at least in part, by the purpose served employers. Are you guys employed to me? You know, if you take my shit, are you employed to me? Are you my fucking employee? You know? Special order commission work created by the independent contractor rather than an employee can be deemed work for hire only at two conditions or are satisfied. First, the work must fit into these categories: contribution to the collective work, part of the motion. You know, it's like if you take my video and you use my photo without my authorization, so basically I could sue you for infringement, you know, for copyright infringement, you know. If you want me to do that, we can do that, you know. We could do that. Joint authorization. The U.S. copyright law recognized that joint authorization, Section 101, the author of the joint co-worker or co-owners a single copyright in a work, a joint work or a joint preparer or two or more authors. And I don't have any other authors, you know, so I don't have no joint authorization. You know, I don't have anybody that's joining me. So technically, you know, if you steal my shit, you know, that means you have no authorization to take my shit, and I could still sue you for copyright infringement, you know? Collective work. Collective work is a fucking collection, independent, separately copyrightable work authorship, such as newspaper, magazine, encyclopedia, and absent author. I'm reading every fucking word on this fucking copyright infringement bullshit. This copyright bullshit, you know? Expression he contributes, which primarily the section arrangement is separate contribution, but may include such as a thing as preface, advertisement, etc. So when you steal my shit and you post it, well, that's kind of like advertisement. So you're advertising my shit without my authorization, you know? Transfer and yeah, if you want to steal my shit, you need a license to steal my shit. You know, I guess you don't have a fucking license to steal my shit. You could just take my shit whenever you want. You know, so assessment exclusive license, a non-exclusive license. The first two assignment exclusive license require the transfer to be writing non-exclusive license, need not to be writing, and they may be implied to the circumstance. Transfer of the copyright always involve one or two more exclusive right copyright. For instance, a license may provide right to the perform of work, but not reduced to the prepare derivative work. Adaptation right. You know, the terms of the license governed by the fucking applicable contract law. Do we have a contract when you steal my shit? Do we have a fucking contract? You know, I'm just telling you, do we have a fucking contract when you steal my videos? Now, if you don't have a contract stealing my fucking videos, then I should get something out of you. For every video that you show, every time you expose my videos, then I should get money out of it. You owe me money whenever time you expose my fucking video, okay? An author's transfer copy can terminate and transfer under the circumstance. The copyright terminate the transfer absolute cannot be waived. Registration procedure. What's registration procedure? Copyright is automatically granted to the author of the original work. The otherwise meet the fucking basic copyright requirement discussed above. Registration is not necessary. However, registration applies to copyright holder. Right in a number of ways. Registration is required before a lawsuit in a file. The registration create possibility in the enhancement statutory damage. A copyright can register online at the U.S. Copyright Office website. The Copyright Office reviews application, the bullshit you have to go through for this fucking shit, area of copyright subject matter issues to certify registration. The Copyright Office does not compare the author's new work against collection existing work of the check arrangement. Deposit requirement. The United States Copyright Office requires a deposit copy of the work which copyright registration sought. Deposit can be made through the Copyright Office ECO system. This deposit requires serve two purposes. First is a copyright infringement lawsuit arises. And the owner may prove that the materials that is infringed is exactly the same material for which the owner has secured registration. Second, to require to help the Library Congress help the collection work. Failure to comply the deposit required to modify copy of shit. Okay. Copyright notice. The use of the copyright notice optional. The Barnes Convention amending U.S. copyright law in 1989 make a copyright automatic, you know. However, the lack of notice of copyright using the mark may have consequences, terms, and reduce damage in the infringement lawsuit. Using the notice, this may reduce the likelihood of defense of innocent infringement be successful. Okay, what's next? Duration. Copyright protection generally lasts for 70 years. After the death of the author, if the work has or a work for hire, the copyright precise for 120 years after creation or 95 years after. Yeah, shit, you have to wait fucking 70 years to copyright my videos. Holy shit. So the publication, whichever is shorter. For works created before 1978, copyright duration rules is complicated. However, Work created before 1923 have made their way into the public domain. Work created before 1978. For the work published or registration before 1978, the maximum copyright duration is 95 years. From the date publication, if the copyright was renewed during the 28th year following publication, copyright renewal has been automatically since the copyright. This is a fucking stupid fucking law. Renewal Act of 1992. For the work created before 1978, but not published or registered before 1978, the standard 302 copyright duration clarification needed also applies. Prior to 1978, work had the published or registered and received the copyright protection. Upon the effective date of 1976 Copyright Act, which was the January 1st, 1978, this requires have to remove these unpublished, unregistered work receive protection. However, Congress intends to provide the incentive of these authors to publish their unpublished work, to provide incentive that these works, if published before 2003, before would not have their protection expire before 2048. All copyrightable work published in the United States before 1923 are in the public domain. Work created before 1978 but not published until recently may be protected until 2047. Before the work received copyright before 1978, a renewal had to be filed in the fucking work of 28th year with the Copyright Office for its term to protect extended. The needs before the renewal as eliminated by the Copyright Renewal Act of 1992. But the work that had already entered the public domain by the non-renewal did not regain copyright protection. Therefore, the works published before 1964 that were not renewed were in the public domain. Before 1972, sound recording were not subject to federal copyright, but copying was not nonetheless regulated under various state of torts and statutes, some which had no duration limit. The Sound Recording Amendment of 1971 extended federal copyright to the recording fixed on or after February 15, 1972, and declared the recording fixed before the date would remain subject to state the common law copyright. Subsequent amendments and had extended the latter provision until 2067. As a result, older sound recordings were not subject to expiration rules that apply to contemporary visual work. Although these would be entered the public domain as a result of the government authorized authorship or format grant by owner, and practical effect has been into render public domain audio virtual non-existence. This situation changed within 2018 enactment of Music Modernization Act, which extend the federal copyright protection to the sound recording, regardless of the date and the creation, preempt the state copyright laws on those work. Under the act, the first sound recording, basically, if you look at this TV, this is a sound recording, if you think about it. It's a visual sound recording. And the public domain fixed before 1923, which will enter the public domain January 1st, 2022. Recording fixed between 1923, February 14, 1972 will be phased into the public domain in the following decades. In May 2016, Judge Percy Anderson rules in the fucking lawsuit between ABS Entertainment and CBS Radio. the remastered version of the pre-1972 recording can receive federal copy as distinct work due to the amount of creative effort, expression, of process. Let's see, copyright limitation. Did I get that? Did I say that? Let's see. Yeah, I like to know the law, you know? Works and subject. Okay, purpose. Exclusive rights. Copyright limitation exception defense. Copyright applies certain copyrightable subject to matter codified within 17 USC 102 that are works that are not original works. Authorization fixed at any tangible medium expression are not subject to copyright 17 USC 102 codified. Okay, I read that one. Okay, let's see, reference. Let's reference. Stanford Fair Use and Copyright Center, U.S. Constitution. The Fair Use Stanford Education Law Constitution retrieved December 3rd, 2015. Oh, here's all the United States Constitution, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 8. United States Copyright Office retrieved December 2nd, 2015. U.S. Constitution, Article 1, Section 8. Spiegel Online, no copyright law, real reason for Germany Industrial Spiegel Online. Electronic Freedom Foundation, teaching copyrights. Achieve from the original on 2015, 1204, retrieved December 5. Baker versus Solden, 101 US 99, 1879, CLCDN Incorporated versus Cape, 197 F3D, 1256, 1261, 62, 9th Circle, 1999. Richard H. John, Myth of Ideas Expression, Dichovy, Copyright Law. Pace, Copyright Right Law, 551, 1990. Retrieved December 2nd, 2015. Peter Pan Fabric Incorporated and Martin Warner, 274 F2D 487 2D Circle, Circle 1966. Brian M. Carson, legally speaking to the top of intellectual property cases of the past 25 years against the grain of 17-2 April 2005. U.S. Copyright Office. Okay. Tracy P. John, copyright of engineer drawing plans design, Rochester, New York, Tracy G. Lawn Firm. Star Athletica versus Varsity Brand Incorporated, number 15866, 580 US, slip on. There's a lot of fucking copyrights. State of Georgia versus Harrison Company, 548, supply of 110. Huh. Brian M. Carson, basic copyright exception, educator, Bowling Green, Kentucky, Facility Center, excellence. So when it's funny about my shit. Is this for education purpose? I don't know. Okay, what else I can find? Further reading. Copyright law, United States, U.S. Copyright Office, 2011. Copyright law, second edition. Okay. Intellectual property laws, Information Society case material, first edition, 2015. John Bell and Jennifer. Oh, okay, that's cool. Let's see what else I can find. Copyright law, U.S. governed by federal statute, namely Copyright Act 1976. The Copyright Act prevents the unauthorization copy of a work of authorship. However, only the copy of the work is prohibited. Anyone may copy the idea contained within the work. For example, a copyright could cover the written description of a machine, but the actual machine itself is not covered. Thus, not could copy the written description, while anyone could use the description to build a described machine. Copyrights can be registered. Okay, office in a fucking that's library. Okay, copyright law. However, might add additional benefits for those who register. Okay, obtain a copyright. Copyright duration protection. Ownership, transfer, license. So you need a license to fucking. It's funny. YouTube. It's funny. I authorize YouTube to copy my fucking shit off. It's funny about YouTube is like, I'm using YouTube. So somebody in YouTube doesn't work for YouTube, can't actually fucking copyright the fucking videos because they're not really an employee of YouTube. So if you're not an employee to YouTube, then you really can't fucking copy my videos, you know? So that would be copyright infringement, if you think about it. If you're an employee, if you all you trolls are you an employee to YouTube? Just let me know. If you're an employee to YouTube, let me know. If you are, then it's okay to copy my fucking video. If you're not an employee to YouTube, if you don't have anything to verify that you are an employee to YouTube, then you can't copy my videos. If you're just a YouTuber like me, and you're just like any other YouTuber, then really you can't fucking copy my you're infringing my fucking rights of stealing my shit. That's what you're doing right now. So you're infringing my rights, stealing my shit, and you're making up all kinds of fucking bullshit. But if you're not really an employee to fucking YouTube, then you really can't fucking copy my shit. Only YouTube copy my shit. Not I realize that you trolls are fucking idiots. You can't just take the shit. You fucking trolls can't just take my shit, take my videos whenever you want. If you're an employee to YouTube, then it's okay. But if you're not an employee to YouTube, then you can't you're stealing my shit, and I should sue your fucking ass for stealing my shit, for infringement, copyright infringement, to all the fucking trolls stealing my shit. Okay? It's kind of fucking funny about this shit. How you guys fucking twist your fucking fake words and saying, yeah, it's okay, we could take part of it. But in reality, you're not fucking employed to YouTube. You don't have anything that proves to you that you are employed to YouTube. But if you're not employed to YouTube, then you can't take the shit. What kind of fucking bullshit is this? Stealing other people's shit. And then it makes you feel. It's funny how these fuckers are, stealing other people's shit and then turn around and they profit. I realize that they steal my shit and they profit off of it. And they're making money off my fucking shit, off of my video. These trolls are making money off my fucking video, and they're copyright. They have copyright infringement. How do you sue a fucking troll for stealing my video on YouTube? Can I tell YouTube you should fucking you should look up these trolls? You should look up YouTube should look up for these trolls that steal all these people's videos. That's what YouTube should do. YouTube should sue all these fucking trolls for stealing fucking YouTubers' videos. That's what they should do. YouTube should sue all these fucking trolls for stealing YouTubers' videos, because they're not employees on YouTube. Technically, they're not an employee at all on YouTube, so they can't take videos. It really shows you how fucking idiotic they are. They're calling me fucking stupid, and me, I've been curious about the laws. I'm always curious about how the laws work. It's funny how the fucking law can just. Yeah, you need a license. It's funny. I should go get a license for my YouTube. I should get a fucking license for my YouTube. And then if anybody steals my fucking videos, I'm gonna sue the fuck out of them. You know, I'm gonna use your laws against you. That's the way it works. You know, since you guys make up these fucking backward ass fucking stupid fucking laws, you know, you ignorant motherfuckers out there. Why can't I? Why should? Hey, why don't I just Why don't I just fucking throw it back at your fucking face with those fucking laws? Why don't I just take that fucking law and throw it back in your fucking face? You know, that's what I should do. You know, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go fucking to the library and get me a fucking license for my fucking video. You know, and then if anybody steals my video, hell yeah. Yeah, YouTube, you know what YouTube should do? They should fucking find a tracer for these trolls. They should have a tracer on finding exactly where these trolls, if these fucking trolls copyright, steal videos from YouTubers and profit off of them, then yeah, every YouTuber should have a right to sue these fuckers. Every YouTuber should have a right to sue these fucking trolls. That they're making money off of you. They're making money off of your fucking YouTube, you know? That's what they're doing. They're making money off of your YouTube, and here you are. You know, you fucking speak your fucking mind out, and these fucking people just fucking come in here and take whatever they fucking want. You know, they come in here and take whatever they fucking want. What kind of fucking piece of shit is that? You know, I realize that the piece of shit fucker who copyrights my video has no fucking is not even not. I wouldn't be called an artist. You know. If he thinks he's a fucking artist, you think copying videos that means you're a fucking artist? You're not. You know, you're just a fucking user. That's all you are. You use and you abuse people's fucking expression for your own fucking profit. You know, profit make. This is what I talk about. This is what I fucking talk about. The people who takes advantage of people who they profit off of them. This is exactly what it's like. You know, this is exactly what I've been talking about for the past fucking, 3-4 years of my fucking video. These are the exact same people that I hate the fuck out of them. That I will talk bad about the fuck out of these fucking. They use you and they abuse you and they profit off you. That's what it is. That's how it fucking works on this fucking planet. You know, they use you, they abuse you, and they profit for their own they profit. They take your videos and they change your videos because they feel like it, you know? Yeah, that's everything I say is exactly right about how we humans are. Exactly right about how we humans are, you know? You're so fucking twisted. You're nothing but a fucking liar. You're twisted and you're a backwards fucking motherfucker that only cares about your own fucking self. You know? That's it. You fuckers just care about your fucking self. You don't give a fuck about nobody. You know why I say fuck all the time? Because I'm sick of hearing. I'm sick of this fucking goody issue. Don't cuss. Fuck you. You know? Fuck you. You twisted motherfuckers. That's what you are. You human beings are fucking twisted motherfuckers, fucking liars. You know that. My wish that all humans have telepath, so they can fucking see what they think every fucking time. I wish all humans are to be telepath, because these fuckers are fucking liars. You know, these fuckers were born a fucking liar. You know, they were a liar the day before they were born. You know, and you hate my fucking guts. I don't give a fuck if you hate my fucking guts, because yeah, now I see the real truth about how you fuckers are on YouTube. You know, you fuckers are fucking deceived. You guys like deception. You know, you love deception. You know, you like fucking. You don't even have a creative mind. You know, only thing you're creative is being a fucking troll. That's what you are. You're a creative troll. That's it. You know, but you're not really that creative. You're not really that creative. You're just fucking a useless fuck. Like I said, you're just a useless fuck behind a fucking computer that has nothing else better to fucking do and make everybody else life miserable. That's what you are. You're a useless piece of shit behind a fucking computer. That's what you are. You know, and it's exactly what I said. It is true. That's what you are. You know, a useless piece of shit. You know, you'll always. You know, it's funny, Charles. You will always be a useless piece of shit behind a fucking computer. You know, because that's what you are. You know, you like to create problems. That's what you do. You know, that's the whole objective. That's what a useless piece of shit does. Love to create problems. You know, a useless piece of shit that doesn't do squat. You know, it doesn't have no art. You know, doesn't have no imagination. Can't. It's funny if you like YouTube so much. Why don't you create your own fucking videos? You know, when I go see a troll, they don't create videos. They don't know how to. I think they don't even know how to create their own videos. To be honest, I think they don't even have the balls to create the videos. You know, because every YouTube they every time the troll. When I look at a troll, you know, I look at the trolls. All they have is video game. You know, there's a video game and videos. And it's like there's no creativity in them. You know, they don't know how to be creative at all. You know, so it tells you that it's like I think they're just fucking. It's like there's no. It's weird how human beings have become no creativity. So yeah, our future, it definitely the next generation is full of retards. It has no creativity whatsoever. You know. Yeah, it's so funny about it. You can hide behind the fucking mask. You still have no creativity. You know, you don't. You just want to just look. You want to look like you want to. You have this fucking thing about being psycho, which is like, well, you know, it's like, you know, that's why I rated you guys. You know, that's why I rated these fucking trolls. It's like, yeah, it's funny. It's so fucking funny how much they fucking lie in this fucking world. You know, it's funny how they fucking lie in this fucking world. You know, I'm sick of hearing fucking lies. You know. What else should I find about copyright? You know, there's a whole bunch of fucking shit on fucking laws about this shit. You know. Yeah, trolls. You know. I'm always, you know, it's funny about me. You know why I ask a lot of questions? You know, I'm always curious. You know, where these fucking questions lead me to. You know, that's why it's funny. What you fucking trolls are afraid to ask fucking questions. You know, so that's why you're trolling me. You know, that's why you're fucking trolling me because I ask a lot of fucking questions and you guys don't even want to fucking hear it. You know, I ask a lot of fucking questions about this fucking world. And you guys don't want to fucking hear it. You just walk away like a scared little fucking pussy you are. You know, you don't want to face your reality, what it is, because you're a scared little pussy behind a fucking computer that wants to live in your own fucking world in this fucking little computer land. You know, this this is your world. This is your fucking world. You know, this is not my world. Computer land is not my fucking world. You know, computer land is not my fucking world. My world's outside. My world is bigger than your computer land. I'm telling you, my world is way bigger than your computer land. You know, it's infinite. You know, if you understand, my world is more infinite than this little tiny computer land. You know, but in the future, the AIs, they're gonna make another world within this world, within the computer land. They're gonna take your fucking conscience and they're gonna put you in a fucking computer. You know, and you can play virtual reality games for the rest of your fucking life till you fucking die. You know, because that's what human beings want to be. I mean, human beings like playing video games. So yeah, might as well just create a fucking computer and just throw you inside the computer world, and then you guys will be happy. I think you guys will be happy in the computer world. You know, that's. I'm just a crazy fuck. That's all I am. I'm just a fucking crazy fuck. You know, that likes to question. You know. You talk about, you know, it's funny. You talk about me being evil. Look, you know, it's funny about laws. You know, you guys have fucking bajillions of laws, and you guys don't even know your own fucking laws. And you're telling me I'm evil. You know, you have fucking laws you don't even know. You know, you have fucking laws that you don't. Only a lawyer can understand it. You know, well, Tell me I'm evil. You have laws that only a lawyer can understand. How come? It's funny about you fuckers out there that tells me I'm evil. You know, you don't even know. It's funny. The common person don't even know their own fucking laws. They don't know all these gajillion laws. You know. Let's look up a stupid law. Let's do this right now. Okay. Stupid laws. Ridiculous laws in the United States. I like this one. This is your Congress. This is the United States Congress that made up these laws. They gave me this is cool. 10 silly laws still on the books in America. Number one, eating a dead frog in California. There you go. No eating a dead frog in California. That's still on the books. So yeah, tell me, what's wrong with that law? No eating a dead frog in California. To be more specific, if a frog happened to croak during the jumping competition, you can't make a meal of its corpse, no matter how tempting its muscular frog legs are. It makes one wonder how much competitive ambition consumption was going on in the state of the unwarranted, the time and effort required to make this law. It stems from the old gold mining town of Angel Camp, which has proudly hosted a frog jumping jubilee over 80 years. The legislators are just looking for looking out for Kermit, you know? Next, let's see. What else? Number two, no dwarf tossing in Florida. No dwarf tossing in Florida. Okay, no dwarf tossing in Florida. Owner of the bars and nightclubs in the Sunshine State can be fined up to $1,000 if they promote any kind of fucking dwarf tossing contest. This one made the law books as recently as 1989. Holy shit, 1989. It's kind of a sad. It's kind of sad these things have to be specified, but was a popular entertainment fad back in the days. It's even sadder. And the state legislator Rich Workman actually tried to have the law repealed in 2011. I am on the quest to seek and destroy unnecessary burdens on freedom and liberty of people. He says to Palm Beach Post. This is an example of Big Brother government. Well, somebody has to look out for little people. Yeah. Number three, no no eating humans in Idaho. No eating humans in Idaho. You got the munchies. Don't think about it. Snack on neighbors in Boise, or you can be in prison for up to 14 years. Is that all? There is, however, a caveat to allow it's under extreme life-threatening condition, like running out of potatoes. Maybe we don't have a problem with this law. Prohibited cannibalism seems to like to be reasonable decree. So kudos Idaho for taking stand in 1990. This happened in 1990. Shit, that's not that long. What concerns us is that so in Idaho they were eating humans in Idaho. Okay, good night. Good night, Ilana. I love you. So Idaho's been eating humans, huh? No adultery in Michigan. We hope we were the law that medicine sign up Kalamazoo. Because cheating on your spouse is actually a felony. Oh, they got fucking a felony and fucking no adultery in fucking Michigan. Since 1929, Michigan resident can be sentenced up to 4 years in prison plus $5,000 fine. Holy shit, $5,000 fine for no adultery in Michigan? Holy shit. fine stepping out of the fucking spouse facts goes to specifically hanky panky between married women and unmarried men. Oddly, the reverse isn't itemized. It's also a felony in Wisconsin and a crime in Illinois, Alabama, Minnesota, and even New York. Fornication. Fornication between unmarried folks is a class 4 misdemeanor in Virginia. Granted, this rarely prosecute these days, but watch out, as it technically on the books. Holy cow. No funny fake mustaches in Alabama. No funny fake mustaches in Alabama. That's a fucking law. No funny fake mustaches in Alabama church. Okay, no funny fake mustaches in Alabama. Attending church service is no laughing matter in the state of Alabama. So leave the Groucho Marx stash at home. Ditto for Magnum PI, Dynasty, or fucking Manchi falsies. It's actually a crime to wear a fake mustache that causes laughter in church. According to the lawyer.com, it's not something that ever really enforced. Free speech activists make it's funny, that's you guys, it's funny, you got fucking idiots for fucking law who made the fucking laws, you know? This shows you how stupid America is, you know? No getting drunk at the bar in Alaska. You're not allowed. No getting drunk at the bar in Alaska. Isn't that kind of the point? To clarify, a drunken person may not knowingly enter and remain on licensed premises. How do northern barkeepers stay in business within these laws hanging over their fucking patrons? Holy cow. Oh my gosh, only believers can run. Oh, that's what? Oh my gosh, only believers can run for office in Texas. Only a believer can run for office in Texas. What the fuck? So Texas is definitely a Christian state. No, Texas is fucking definitely a fucking Christian state. You're better to believe in God if you want to run public office in the Lone Star State, or at least claim to. There is no religious test or church-based qualification required, and you can't be excluded from holding office for your religious sentiment. But you do have to know to the knowledge of the existence of a supreme being. In other words, atheists need not to apply. What kind of fucking state? What kind of fucking state is that? That no atheist can't fucking can't run for office in Texas. What kind of fucking sick fuck shit is that? You know, it's kind of fucking fucked up on that fucking Texas, a fucked up country. You know, Texas, Idaho, they're all fucking fucked up country. What else is? No cussing in Mississippi. What? No fucking cussing in Mississippi? Holy shit! No fucking cussing in Mississippi. Holy. To be specific, you're not allowed to swear in front of 2 or more people in the state of Mississippi. If you happen to miss the paddle boat, keep the curse to yourself, or you could spend 30 days in a fucking slammer or fined for $100 for cussing. Fuck you, Mississippi. I say Mississippi, fuck you. You know? That's still by law. It's still going on now. No singing off key in North Carolina. This is all in the southern states, you know. No singing off key in North Carolina. You better note belt out the tune. If you're tone deaf here, back in 1873, William Lincoln was indicated for disturbing the Methodist congregation. Oh, it had to be a fucking church. You know, had to be a fucking church. You know, it happened to be a fucking church that couldn't stand one person who can't fucking sing. And then they created a fucking law for, they created this fucking stupid law. It shows you how much idiotic, America is, how sensitive they are. You can't do this. If you walk in that puddle, you're going to fucking get fined. You can't walk in that puddle. Because if you walk in that puddle and you fucking drown, you're not responsible. What kind of fucking piece of shit people, these people. I realize it's religious fucking people who created these fucking laws. And you talk about psychotic, You talk about psychotic, about these people, these psychotic people who create these fucking bullshit laws. They're completely useless and meaningless, because they're so sensitive and everything. They're so fucking sensitive, It's so weird. Keep your pants up in Michigan. Yeah, keep your pants up in Michigan. Plumbers and gangsters alike pull over for failing to pull up their saggy pants. Police chief, talk about. It sounds like a white guy. Realize that most of these laws are from white people. So this is the mind of a white person if you think about it. Clean up and stopping fashion trend, and you don't want to mess with your dick. There. If you are caught wearing clothing, hey, Charles, you're copyright infringement. You can't use my photograph. I already talk about copyright infringement. If you use my photographs, if you use anything that has me in it, you are in copyright infringement according to the copyright laws. So any of you trolls that has my photos or anything, you're in violation right now. I didn't authorize you. Yeah, you are in violation. I didn't authorize you to use my photos. Who gave you authorization? You have to ask my permission to use my photographs. So yeah, you are in copyright infringement right now. Yeah, you are in copyright infringement. Because it's funny, I already announced it on my videos. Right now, anybody who uses my photograph, they're not authorized to use anything that has a picture of me. That is in copyright infringement. So yeah, that's the way it's gonna be. So yeah, if you want to go, hey, Troll, if you want to go to fucking, if you like to go to fucking, if you want to go to court, we can do that. Let's hey, Troll, let's go to court, and we can fight it. We can fight about it in court, okay? We can fight about this in court. That's what I want to do. You're copyright infringing me. So yeah, you're gonna you're not authorized to steal my picture. So yeah, I'm either that you want me to sue you and take you to court for stealing my pictures without my authorization. You want me to read the copyright? Let's read the laws. Let's read the copyright laws together, okay? I'll read it again. Let's read it again so we can be clear on this. Let's read it again so we can be clear on this. I'm gonna read it to you, stupid fucking trolls, about copyright infringement. Don't make up bullshit, troll. You're making all kinds of fucking bullshit. So fuck you. You don't have no freedom of speech. You're stealing my freedom. Actually, troll, you are stealing my freedom. You stole my name. You stole fucking my picture. You stole everything. You're stealing. You the fucking on my shit. Who told you that you could steal my shit? That's all I'm telling you. I didn't say you could steal my shit. If you steal my shit, I'll take you. You want to go to court? We'll go to court. We will go to court if you want, troll. If you want to go to court, let's do it. Let's do it. I'm ready to go to court with you if you want. Come on. I'm ready to go to court with you for stealing my shit if you like. I'm ready to go to fucking court with you. I'm ready. Come on. You're not. One thing about you, you're not employed to YouTube. If you're employed to YouTube, you can't steal shit on this fucking YouTube. You have to be an employment. You have to be an employee for YouTube to take my shit. Only YouTube can take my shit, not you. Are you an employee to YouTube? I'm going to ask you that question, troll. Are you an employee to YouTube? You know? Oh yeah. Oh, I thought it's funny. I found out that you're all wrong. You're all fucking wrong. You know? You're all fucking wrong, troll. You're fucking wrong in everything. You didn't look up the laws that good. You didn't read the laws clearly. You know? YouTube owns my YouTube own my fucking. It's funny. YouTube owns my fucking my fucking my program. You don't own YouTube. You're not an employee to YouTube, so you can't take shit. Come on now. See, now you're really stupid. Now you're fucking really stupid because you're not. Are you an employee to YouTube? I'm telling you this right now. Are you troll? Are you an employee to YouTube? If you're not an employee, you can't copy. You can't copy off this fucking YouTube. Are you an employee to YouTube? That's all I'm saying. Yes or no? Are you an employee to YouTube? If you're not an employee to YouTube, you can't YouTube. You know, prove yourself. Give me something that shows you that you are an employee. If you're not, you can't copy off this fucking. You can't copy off YouTube. You can't copy this. You know. You could share. Basically, you can share it, but you can't copy. I didn't author. It's funny about me. I didn't give you authorizations to steal my shit. You know, I didn't authorize you to steal my fucking picture. I didn't authorize you to take my family. Who gives you the balls to fucking steal my fucking shit? You know, it's not your picture. It's my picture. You stole my picture, so I'm gonna sue your ass for stealing my picture. You know, you stole my ass for stealing my fucking picture. I'm gonna sue your ass for stealing my picture because I have the original picture. You know, if I have the original picture, you stole my picture without me authorization. So technically, I can sue your ass for copyright infringement. You know, I have the original picture. You know, I have I have the copy of the original picture. Okay, if I have the copy of the original picture and it's my picture, then you are copyright infringing me right now. I have the physical picture right now. You want to see the physical? I have I have the physical picture. You don't have the physical picture, so that means you copyright infringe me. You know, you copyright infringe me. So you broke the law. You broke the law for fucking stealing my fucking picture. So yeah, I'm gonna sue you want to go to court? Let's go to court. We'll talk about this in court. You know, let's talk about this in fucking court. You stole my name. You stole my fucking picture. Yeah, I'm gonna. Let's go. We'll talk. Well, I'll sue you for copyright infringement for fucking stealing a fucking. I have the physical picture that he stole. There's a this is not on YouTube. This is technically not on YouTube. So yeah, he stole my fucking picture. So that's copyright infringement. You know, that's it. That's copyright infringement. You stole my fucking picture. So yeah, I wanted to. Let's go to court. I'm telling you. It's not on Facebook. It's not on Facebook. I know it's not on Facebook. You're making it more lies again. Yeah, I want to take you to court. I want to take you to fucking court for stealing my name and my picture for copyright infringement. You know, for being a fraud. I want to take you to court for copyright. I want to take you to court for being a fraud. That's what I want to do for copyright infringement. I want to take you to court for being a fraud. That's what I want to do because that's what yeah, we can go to court for this shit. You know, let's go to court. I want to take you to court. I want to take all you trolls to court. That's what I want to do. If you guys want to, if you guys, come on, let's go. I'm ready. I'm ready to take you to fucking court. You know, I'm gonna go fucking I'm gonna go see a lawyer. I'm gonna go get a lawyer, and I'm gonna talk to him and ask him how the troll can steal your shit by law. I'm gonna get a real lawyer. And I'm gonna fuck. This is justice. You know, you guys call it justice, right? I'm having justice right now for a fucking troll for stealing my shit. You know, and he's stealing my freedom. This troll stole my freedom. He stole my name. He stole my fucking. He stole my fucking picture. Yeah, he stole my freedom. This troll stole my freedom. So yeah, I'm gonna go get a fucking lawyer. I'm gonna sue all you fucking trolls out there for stealing my shit. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna do for copyright infringement, for fraud, for using for abusing me, using me for your fucking. Yeah, I'm gonna sue all you fuckers for fraud. You know, that's what I want to do. You know, I'm gonna get a fucking lawyer. I'm gonna sue your fucking ass, all you fucking trolls. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna find a really good lawyer that knows the shit about fucking stealing people's identity. You know, it's funny. Stealing identity. There's a difference now. Now you stole my identity. So basically, you're that's still fraud. You know, if you stolen my identity, you are definitely a fraud. You know, so basically, I could sue you for stealing my identity. So basically, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna sue you for stealing my fucking identity. You know, no, I don't give a fuck. You know, you stole my identity and you use it, and I'm gonna sue you for fucking. What I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take you to court. I'm gonna sue you. You know, for fucking torturing me. I'm suing you for fucking torturing me, for fucking having psychological thing. I'm gonna sue you for everything you got. Whatever. If you don't have anything, I'll take it. I'll take whatever you have. That's you see. That's what I'm gonna. I'm using your laws against you. I'm suing you for fraud. You know, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna sue you for fraud. Good. I want to be. You know, I'm gonna be money hungry for trolls. That's my whole aim is to aim for the trolls. You know, my goal is to destroy all trolls on this fucking YouTube program. That's what I want to do. I want to get every single fucking shit out of these fucking trolls. The more I can get out of these fucking trolls, the better. Because I'll feel better. You know, I'm gonna sue them for identity theft. Yeah, I'm gonna sue you for identity theft. You know, for stealing my ID, for fraud. I'm gonna sue you for fraud. You know, I'm getting a lawyer. You know, when I get back next weekend, I'm getting a fucking lawyer for you. I'm gonna find out who you really fucking are, and I'm gonna sue your ass for stealing my identity. You know, so that's another fucking. Now we know you are definitely a fucking fraud. You know, yeah, I can do that. That's one thing you gotta understand. I can do that. If you have my identity, if you're using my identity on here, you stole it. So basically, yeah, I could sue you for that. You know, I could take you to court. I'm gonna take you to court. You know, I don't care where you are. I'm gonna try to figure out how to find you. But if when I find you, I'm gonna take you to court for stealing my identity. That's what I'm gonna do. You know, good. I don't give a fuck where you are. I'm gonna fucking sue your ass. You know, I don't give a shit what you are. You know, you're using me. You're using my identity, and you're trying to. Your goal is to fucking make me suffer. So yeah, I'm gonna sue you for making me suffer. I'm gonna sue you for fucking being a fraud. I'm gonna sue you for you're gonna be sued for a lot of things. You know, that's what you're gonna do. You're gonna be sued for a lot of things. Fraud, identity theft. You know, that's what you're gonna be sued for. You know, so yeah, I am definitely gonna buy a lawyer. You know, I think all you YouTubers, you know, all you YouTubers out there, when you see a troll out there, you can sue their fucking ass, you know, for fraud and identity theft. So yeah, I don't give a fuck what you are, trolls. I am gonna fucking sue your ass for stealing my identity. Right now, you're already stealing my identity. You know, that's what I'm gonna do. You can play this fucking game. You want me to be serious? You want me to be serious? Yeah, I'm gonna go get a fucking lawyer. You know, it's funny. I'm gonna sue YouTube. I will sue YouTube for having trolls on this fucking for trolls for stealing my identity. I'm gonna sue YouTube. And I'm gonna sue the trolls. That's what I'm gonna do right now. You know, I'm suing YouTube because you're allowing trolls to steal my identity. You know, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna sue. Yeah, I'm gonna sue YouTube first, and then I'm gonna sue this fucking troll. You know, because this troll, YouTube was allowing these fucking piece of shit people in this fucking in YouTube. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck who you are. You know. You just don't come in here and take people's identity. You're more of a fraud than I am. You are definitely a fucking fraud. You live like a fraud, and you'll always be a fucking fraud. That's what you're here for. If you like to torture people, that's what you do. So yeah, I think YouTubers should have a right to fucking sue all the trolls that steal people's identity. You know, that's it's funny. That's the reason why I do live, because and I get to see you personally. And plus, it's funny. You're on live TV, and you have my identity, and you're using my identity against me. So that tells you that you are definitely a fraud. You know. So come on, we're on live fucking TV, and you don't give a fuck if it's live or not. So tell me, copyright infringement. You got copyright infringement, you got fucking fraud, and you're stealing identity. So yeah, why don't they arrest trolls like you? They should arrest trolls like you. You know, you're stealing my freedom. You talk about your freedom. You're stealing my fucking freedom. You don't know nothing about freedom. You steal people's freedom. You steal YouTubers' freedom. That's what you're doing right now. You're stealing my freedom. You know. You're talking about being free. Look at you, fucker. You're not helping nobody. Who gives a fuck? Yeah, you're a fraud. You know, you are a fraud. I want to sue your ass. You know, that's what I want to do. I want to sue your fucking ass, whoever the fuck you are. I want to fucking sue you. If you work for YouTube, I want to sue you. If you do work for YouTube, I want to fucking sue you. And if this for letting this fucking guy be in here stealing my fucking identity for fucking, that's what we should do. I want to sue them. I want to sue his fucking ass. I really do want to sue his. I am definitely gonna go buy a lawyer. I'm gonna get a lawyer. I'm keeping this as this is gonna be recorded. Everything that we're doing is a recording. So yeah, everything that I say in this fucking room, anybody who steals my shit, my identity, should be sued. Anybody who steals my identity should be sued for fraud, for stealing IDs. Here we go. Let's talk about stealing identification. There's a law on that too. Let's see. Stealing identity. Here we go. Identity theft is a crime in which someone accesses information, commit fraud, typically by getting false credential, opening new accounts in someone else's name, or using someone else's existing account. That's what you're doing right now. Under identity theft, and Assumption Deterrence Act is knowingly transferring or using or transfers or uses without lawful authority a means of identification of another person with the intent to commit or to aid or to abet any unlawful activities in the Constitution violation of federal law. You just broke the fucking law. It's a law for that too. Identity theft. Identity theft law. And there's a law right here. Identity theft law is the most states make in its own crimes of misuse of another person's identity information, whether personal or financial. Such data, including social security access information, entity, lost or stolen mail, wallet, pursues, identity, credit cards, debit card. Identity theft is one of the most fastest growing crime in the nation, robbing its victim of time, money, and peace of mind. Peace of fucking mind, Identity thief often use the internet, but also can obtain sensitive personal data under the Identity Theft Assumption Deterrence Act. It is a federal crime for a person who knowingly transfer or uses without lawful authority. Without lawful authority, I didn't give you any kind of authority. Means the identification of another person with intent to commit or to aid, abet, or any unlawful activity which you're doing. Exactly what you're doing, troll. Unlawful activity that constitute the violation of federal law, or that the constitution of felony under any applicable state local law. This law followed by the Theft Penalty Enforcement Act in 2004, which increases penalty for aggregated identity theft, requiring court to impose additional sentence of 2 years for general offense and 5 years for terrorism. What you're doing, you're terrorizing me. Basically, that's what you're doing. So it's 5 years. 5 years for terrorism related to offenses. So you're fucking with me. So I call you. I'll just say you're a terrorist. You know, you're a terrorist who's terrorizing me, and I'll just call you a terrorist. You know, several government agencies are involved in investigation and prosecute identity theft. Crimes included Federal Bureau of Investigation, Federal Trade Commission, Secret Service, Post Inspection Service. The FTC particularly helps coordinate among the federal agency and provides resources to the law enforcement business. Clueless identity thefts. Unlike a robbery or a burglary, identity theft then occurs within the victim's knowledge. Most identity theft victims only find out that after they see a strange charge in their credit card statement, blah, 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 even prevent the ways of the policy. Sometimes personal information, which you have my personal information exposed through security breaches at banks or companies or within business. Thus, identity theft can happen even well-prepared consumers. While your fingerprints are unique to you and cannot be given to someone else for else use, your personal data can be used if it falls into the wrong hands to personally profit at your expense. Basically, that's what you guys are doing on YouTube. You know, you're taking my identity and you're putting it on YouTube without fucking my authorization. In a notorious case, identity theft, the criminal is convicted felon occurred more than fucking $100,000 of credit card obtained federal handguns, victim's name. He even called the victim taunt him. What you are doing, you're taunting me. That's what you're using my pictures to taunt me, you know? So basically, the victim that any harm causes cases like this are ultimately contempt to Congress to make the identity theft federal crime. Identity theft is a federal crime. So get a legal help for identity theft. Identity theft is a law from the state to state, as you can see as other federal laws apply. To understand the laws, your area of any potential criminal liabilities. So basically, you stole my identity. You know. So I could sue you for stealing my identity. That's what I can do. I think I could sue you for using my identity. So. Identity theft. Identity theft occurs to someone using another personally identify information, what you're doing. Like a personal name, social security, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, same thing, card. The charge summarized identity theft, criminal penalty, restitution, identity theft, passport laws. Every state has a law regarding identity theft and impersonation. So you're impersonating me. Troll, you are impersonating me. So that's another law. Impersonation, and you stolen my identity, and you stolen my information. There's a law on this, you stupid fuck. You're stupid. Oh, there's a law on this for stealing identity. So I could take you to court. I'm gonna take you to fucking court for stealing my identity. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. 29 states, Guam, Puerto Rico, previous 5 states, Iowa, Kansas, Michigan, Tennessee, forfeiture provision for identity theft crime. So basically, it's a crime for stealing my identity, for stealing my information. So yeah, it's basically you're doing the same. It's a fucking law, you know. You're breaking the fucking law. So yeah, I'm gonna go see a lawyer to sue you for stealing my identity. You know. I'm gonna get a fucking lawyer. I'm gonna fucking sue the fuck out of you for stealing my identity. That's what I'm gonna do. There's a Alabama codes 13A8190s. You know, Alabama code 13A8193, Alabama 13A8194, Alabama code 13A8195. It's a class C felony for stealing an identity. So upon conviction for the crime of the article, in addition to any other punishment of the person found guilty, shall ordered by the court to make restitution for the financial losses caused by the fucking criminal violation of the article of the person whose identified information has appropriate financial loss may include costs incurred by the victim of correcting the credit history, the credit rating victim, costs incurred the connection with the any civil or any administrative proceeding to the satisfy or any debt lien or other obligation resulting for the theft of the victim of identification documents or identify information including lost wage and attorney fees. The court may order the restitution financial loss to the fucking to any other person or any entity that suffers or lost from the violation additionally. So yeah, suffering is one of them. Personal conviction of violence of the article shall excess any amount of $25 per day in yeah, you're gonna pay for my medical expenses for the psychological abuse that you're doing to me right now. So yeah, I'm gonna sue you for psychological abuse. That's a, that's part of it. And then spent county of municipal jail or in-state prison facility. Dealing with false identification. Alabama Code 311314, dealing with false identity documentation, vital records identity fraud. Dealing with false identification document is a Class C felony, vital to records identity fraud and Class C felony. You know, Alaska State 1146-100, section estimate section 1146-18, theft by deception. Theft by deception. First degree in a Class B felony, second degree in a Class C felony, third degree is a Class A misdemeanor, fourth degree is a Class B misdemeanor. Alaska State, criminal impersonation in the first degree, Class B felony. Alaska State, 1146, criminal impersonation, the second degree, Class A misdemeanor. Taken identity from Arizona, Rev State 13-2000, taken identity of another person or entity not knowingly accepting identity of another person is a Class 4 felony. Arizona Rev State 13-2009, aggravated taken identity of another person's or entity, Class 3 felony. Arizona Reverend State 13-2010, trafficking in identity of another person's or entity is a Class 2 felony. Arkansas State 5-37-227, financially identity fraud, non-financial identity fraud. Financially identity fraud is a Class C felony. Financially identity fraud is a Class B felony in victims and elder persons or disabled person. Non-financial identity fraud is a Class D felony. Non-financial identity fraud is a Class C felony. If the victim is an elder person or a disabled. Restitution. In addition to any penalties imposed under the section upon conviction of the financial identity fraud or non-financial identity fraud, a court may order the defendant to make restitution to the victim whose identifying information has appropriate for to the state of the victim under 54205. In addition to any other authorization, restitution, the restitution order may include without information restitution for the following financial losses: any costs incurring by the victims, correcting the credit history or credit rating or the victims, and any costs occurring to connection with any civil or administrative proceeding to satisfy any debt, liens, or any obligation resulting from theft of victims' identifying information, including lost wages, attorney fees. The court also may order restitution for the financial loss to any person or any identity of suffering financial loss from the violation of subsection A or B. This section is a judgment. Entering under this section at 54205 does not bar and remedy the available in civil action to recover damage relating to financial identity fraud and non-financial identity fraud. Arkansas State Identity Theft Passport. California Penal Code 368, crime against elders, dependents, adults, and persons with disability. Anything. I don't want to know that one. I don't know where this guy lives, so I'm naming all the crimes that this guy is committing. You know, any person who is not caretaker or violating provision, embezzlement, forgery, or fraud of who violated 530-5 proscribing identity theft with respect to the property of the personal identifying information on the elder or a dependent adult, and who knows or reasonable should know that the victim is of the elder depending on the adults. Punishable to the following: one, by fine not exceed $2,500, or by imprisonment in county jail not exceeding 1 year, or both. Fine. So basically, you know, I didn't authorize you to use my identity. So you're a fraud. Your identity, you steal people's identity. So you are a fraud. So I could take you to court, punishable in the same manner and to the same extent as a lessenary of money or property or so receive. California Code 530-5 to 538, Personal Information Trafficking and Mail Theft Prevention Act 530. So basically, you stole my information. So that's another. Every person who willingly obtains personal identifying information as defined in subdivision B 530-55 of another person and uses the information of any unlawful purpose, including to obtain or attempt to obtain credit, good service, real property or medical information without consent, that the person is guilty of public offense, and upon conviction, therefore, shall be punished by the fine, by imprisonment in a county jail not exceed 1 year, or by both a fine or imprisonment, or by imprisonment of the state of prison. You know, every 530-5, every person who's within intent to defraud, acquire, or transfer, retain possession of a personal identifying information of another person is guilty of public offense, and upon conviction, therefore, shall be punished by the fine, by imprisonment in the fucking county jail not to exceed 1 year, or both fines, or a fine and imprisonment. 530-5, every person who with intent to defraud, acquires, to retain, and possesses personal identity information of another person, and who has previously been convicted of a violation of section upon conviction, therefore shall be punished by the fine, by imprisonment in the fucking county jail not to be exceed 1 year, by both fines and imprisonment by imprisonment of the state prison. 530-5C-3, every person who's with the intent to defraud, acquire, retain, possession the personal identity information of 10 or more other person guilty of public offense, and upon conviction, therefore, shall be punished by the fine, by the imprisonment in the fucking county jail, not exceed to 1 year, or by both the fine and imprisonment, or by the imprisonment of that person. 535 D1. Every person who is intent to defraud, sells, transfer, or convey personal identity information of another person is guilty of public offense upon conviction, therefore shall be punished by the fine, by the imprisonment in the county jail, not to exceed to 1 year, or both a fine with imprisonment, or by imprisonment in the state prison. 530.52 D2. Every person who is actually knowledge of the person identifying information or specific person will be used to commit violation to subdivision A, sells, transfer, or conveyed the same personal identifying information is guilty of public offense, and upon conviction, therefore, shall be punished by the fine, by imprisonment, or in state of in prison, or both fine and imprisonment. 535.5E. Every person who commits mail theft, as defined as 1705 of Title 18 of the U.S. Code, is guilty of public offense, is upon conviction, therefore shall be punished by the fine, by imprisonment in the fucking county jail, not to exceed 1 year, and by both fine, the imprisonment prosecution under subdivision shall not limit to a precluded persecution under under any other provision of law, including but not limited to subdivision to exclusive of this section. California Penal Code 12202-4, restitution. The court, A3, the court, in addition to any other penalty provides or impose under the law, shall order the defendant to pay both of the following: a restitution fine according with the subdivision restitution of the victim or victims, if any in accordance with the subdivision, which shall be enforceable as an order where civil judgment, except provided in subdivision, and in every case in which the victim has suffered economic losses as the result that the defendant conduct, the court shall require to be required that the defendant make restitution to the victim or the victims in the amount established by the court order, based on the amount of the loss of claims by the victims or any other showings to the court. If the amount of the loss cannot be ascertained at the fucking time sentencing the restitution, in order that shall include a provision that the amount shall be determined at the direction of the fucking court. The court shall order full restitution. The court may specify the funds of confiscating at the time of the defendant's arrest, accepting the funds confiscated pursuant to the Chapter 8, commencing with 11-469 of the Division 10 of the Health and Safety Code be applied to the restitution order. The funds are not except for the spousal or child support, subject to any legal exception. The defendant has the right to fucking hearing before the judge, dispute determination, the amount of restitution. The court may modify the amount on the own motions in the district attorney, victims and defendant. Motions are made for the modification, restoration, notification, motion at 10 days. I don't know where the fucking troll's from, so I can't tell what law it is. So I don't know where the fucking troll's from is. Video transmission, testimony by live to audio. 2, determination the amount of restitution order pursuant and to these subdivisions shall not be affected by the indemnification of subrogation rights of the third party restitution. Order to pursuant to the subdivision shall be ordered to be deposited in the restitution fund extended to that the victim as defined in subdivision K has received assistance from the California Victims Compensation and Government Claims Board pursuant to Chapter 5, commencing with 13950 of Part 4, Division 3 of Title 2 of the Government Code. To extend possibility, restitution order shall be prepared by the sentencing court, shall identify that each victim and each loss of which pertain, and shall be of dollars amount that is sufficient to fully reimburse the victim or victims, or every determined economic loss incurring as the result of defendant criminal conduct, including but not the limit to suffering. So yeah, so we'll include that. Let's see. The actual cost. Yeah, he's got to pay for my therapy and all that shit. Let's see. The replacement cost of property or actual cost of repairing property when repaired. Yeah, for damaging my fucking computer. Yeah, they're gonna buy me a new computer. Medical expenses, medical health. The trolls got to pay for my medical health and everything. My mental health. All the trolls got to pay for my mental health. You know, the one who stole my identity, he's got to pay for my mental health because he's been using me. He's using me against me. So the wage profit loss due to the injuries, creating injury. That's what another thing. You're creating more injury. Let's say loss due to injury incurred by the victim, and the victim in the minor wage or profit loss of minor parents or parents, guardians, or guardians while caring for the injured the minor. Lost wages shall include commission, income. This is what you get when you fucking steal my identity. This is what I get when you steal my identity. During the 12-month period prior to the date of the crime for restitution of being ordered, unless good causes shorter time period of shown. E-wages or profit loss by the victim, and in the victim is the minor wage profit loss of minor parents, blah, blah, blah. God, there's a lot of shit going on for identity theft. Colorado, criminal impersonation, class 6 felony. Criminal impersonation, Colorado, was it Reverend State? I don't know, State Statute of Law. Yeah, Reverend Statute of Law 18-5-113, criminal impersonation, class 6 felony. Colorado Revenant State 18-5-901, identity theft, class 4 felony. The court shall be required to sentence the defendants to the Department of Correction for the terms at least the minimum of the prospective range of sentence of the defendant to a maximum of twice or prospective range as if the defendant is convicted. Identity theft or attempt conspiracy or solicitation to commit identity theft. And B, the defendant has the prior conviction for the violation of the Part 9 or the prior conviction or for an offense committed in any other state, the United States or any others. Territory subject to the jurisdictional of the United States that would constitute a violation of this Part 9 committed in the state or for the attempt, the conspiracy or solicitation to the commit violation of Part 9 or for attempt, a conspiracy or solicitation to commit an offense in another jurisdiction that would constitute a violation of the Part 9 committed in this state. Colorado Statute 18-5-903, criminal possession of financial devices. Criminal possession of one financial device is a class 1 misdemeanor criminal. Possession of 2 or more financial devices is a class 6 felony. Criminals possession of 4 or more financial devices of which at least two are issued to different account holders in class 5 felony. Colorado, I'm reading all the identity laws for each state. So for each state, criminal possession of an identification document, criminal possession of one or more identification document issues to the same person is class class 1 misdemeanor criminal. Possession of two or more identification document of which at least two are issued to the different persons in a fucking class 6 felony. Colorado Reverend State 185-904, gathering identity information by deception, class 5 felony. Possession of an identity theft tools, class 5 felony. Colorado Reverend Statute, I don't know, 18.3.3-603 restitution. When a person means of an identification of or financial information was used without the person's authorization in connection with the conviction or any crimes in violation of Part 2, 3, or 4 of Article 4, Part 1, 2, 3, or 7 of Article 5, or Article 5.5 of the title, the sentencing court may issue such orders as necessary to correct the public record that contains false information resulting from any violations of violations of such laws. In addition, the restitution or order shall include any costs incurred by the victims related to 16-5-103 CRS. Connecticut. Now I'm going to Connecticut. Connecticut General Statute 53A-129A ET's Sesquich. I don't know. Identity theft is the first degree 53A-129B, a Class B felony. A person is guilty of identity theft in the first degree when such person commits identity theft as defined in 53A-129A of another person, and one such other person is under 60 years of age, and the value of the money, credit, goods, service, and property obtained. I got property right here, obtain, exceed $10,000, too much, a person 60 years of age, elder, this is for elder people. Okay, Connecticut Gen Statute 53A-129, identity theft in the second degree. Class C felony a person is guilty of identity theft in the second degree when such person commits identity theft of another person, and such a other person is under 60. That's elder again, okay? Connecticut Gen Stat 53A-129B. Identity theft is a third degree, Class D felony. Trafficking in personal identifying information. Connecticut Generation Statute 53A-129E. Trafficking in personal identifying information is a Class D felony. Connecticut Generation Stat 53A-130, criminal impersonation, Class A misdemeanor. So yeah, that troll is a criminal impersonator. So it's a Class A misdemeanor. Delaware. Now we're going to Delaware identification. Delaware code. Wherever I don't know where you trolls live, so I'm gonna name every fucking identity fucking law on here. Delaware code annual stat. I don't know. 11828. Possession of burglar tools, instrument. Oh, okay. Facility theft. Oh, that's not it. Okay. Delaware Code annual title. Annual title 11854. Identity theft restitution. Identity theft is a Class D felony. When a person is convicted or plead guilty to identity theft, the sentencing of the judge shall order full restitution for monetary loss, including documented loss of wage and reasonable attorney fees suffering by the victim. Delaware Code Annual Title 11854A, Identity Theft Passport Application Insurance. I don't know, issuance. Criminal impersonation, Delaware Code and Title 907, criminal impersonation, Class A misdemeanor. Delaware Code Annual 1105, crimes against vulnerable adults. If the underling's offense is unclassified misdemeanor or a Class B misdemeanor, the crimes against vulnerable adults shall be Class A misdemeanor. 2. If the underlying offense in the Class A misdemeanor, the crime against the vulnerable adult shall be a Class G felony. If the underlying offense is a Class C, D, E, F, or G felony, the crime against vulnerable adults shall be one class higher than the fucking underlying offenses. DC. Oh, we're in DC now. DC Code and 223227.01 ET sequential DC Code Annual 223227.03 identity theft in the first degree. Any person convicted of identity theft shall be fined not more than $10,000, twice the value of the property obtained, or three, twice the amount of the financial injury. Whenever the is greatest of the or a person in prison or not more than 10 years. If you live in Washington D.C., you get 10 years fucking jail time, or both. If the property obtained, which the troll has my property, he's stolen my property, property obtained or attempt to be obtained for the amount of financial injury, which troll's given me psychological injury, the amount set forth 223571.01 or more. Identity theft in the second degree. Any person convicted for identity theft shall be fined more than fucking the amount set forth in 22-3571.02 or in prison or not more than fucking 180 days, or both if the property obtained or attempt to be obtained or the amount of the financial injury has some value, it is another person falsely accused of or arrested for committing a crime because of the use without permission. A use without permission. There you go. That is a personal identifying information. Enhanced penalties. Here's any person who commits the offense of identity theft against another individual who is 65 years of age or older, or at the time of the offense, may be punished by the fine up to 1 and 1.5 times the maximum fine otherwise authorized for the offense, that may be imprisoned for terms of 1.5 times the maximum term of imprisonment. Otherwise, authorized for the offense, or both as informative defense that the accused reasonably believed that the fucking victim was not 65 years of age of elders at the time of the offense, could not have determined the age of the victim because the manner of which the offense was committed. DC Code Annual and 22-3227.04 restitution. When a person is convicted of identity theft, the court may, in addition to any other applicable penalty or order restitution for full amount of financial injury. Florida Stat 81202. Am I boring you to death? Florida Stat 81202. Obtaining property by the false personation, punished as if he or she had been convicted for lucerne. I don't know. I'll have to look that one up. Florida Stat 817.568. Criminal use of personal identification information. Any person who's willingly and without authorization fraudulently uses or possesses with intent to fraudulently use personal identification information concerning an individual without the first obtaining the individual consent, commits the offense of fraudulent use of a personal identification information, which is a felony of the third degree, punishable as provided in 775.082, 775.803, or 775.804. You know, any person who is willingly and without authorization fraudulently uses the personal identification information concerning an individual without the first obtaining that individual consent commits a felony of the second degree. If the pecuniary benefits and the value of the service received, the payment sought to be avoided, or the amount of the injury or the fraud perpetrated is $5,000 or more, or if the person fraudulently uses personal identification information of 10 or more individuals, but fewer than 20 individuals without their consent, notwithstanding or any other provision of laws, the court shall sentence any person convicted or committing the offense described in paragraph to mandatory minimum sentence of 3 years imprisonment. Any person who is fully and without authorization fraudulently used personal identification information concerning an individual without first obtaining the individual's consent to commit a felony of the first degree, if the pecuniary benefits, the value of the service received, the payment sought to be avoided, or the amount of the injury or the fraud perpetrated is $50,000 or more, or if the person fraudulently uses the personal identification information of 20 or more. Trolls, how many fucking pictures do you fucking have that you guys use? You guys must use a lot of pictures. Or more individuals, but fewer than 30 individuals without their consent. Notice, notwithstanding any other provision of laws, the court shall sentence any person convicted or committing the offense described in this paragraph to mandatory minimum sentence of 5 years imprisonment. If the pecuniary benefits, the value of the service receiving, the payment sought to be avoided, or the amount of the injury or the fraud perpetrated is $100,000. Holy shit, I gotta go there. $100,000 or more. Or if a person fraudulently uses personal information, fraudulently uses the personal identification information of 30 or more individual without the consent of, notwithstanding any other provision of law, the court shall sentence any person convicted or committed the offense described in the paragraph to a mandatory minimum sentence of 10 years imprisonment. Criminal use of personal identification information to harass. Any person who willingly and without authorization possesses and uses or attempt to use personal identification information concerning an individual without first obtaining the individual consent. Yeah, and who does so for the purpose of harassing the individual commits the offense of harassment by using personal identification information, which is misdemeanor of the first degree, punishable as provided at 775.082 or 775.883. If an offense prohibited under the section was facilitated and further by use of public records and as defined in 119-011, the offense is reclassified to the next higher degree as the following: A misdemeanor of the first degree is reclassified as a felony of the third degree. B, a felony of the third degree is classified as a felony of the second degree. C, a felony of the second degree is reclassified as a felony of the first degree. Use of a minor personal identification information. Any person who willingly, without authorization, fraudulently use personal identification information concerning an individual who is less than 18 years of age without obtaining the consent that the individual, his or her legal guardian, commit felony of the second degree. Any person who is in a relationship, the parent's legal guardian, blah, blah, blah. I don't even know that one. Use of deceased personal identification. Don't need that one. That's deceased. Let's see. Counterfeit and fictitious personal identification information. Any person who willingly and fraudulently creates or uses and possesses with the intent to fraudulently use counterfeit or fictitious personal identification information concerning to fictitious individual or concerning a real individual without first obtaining the real individual consent. With intent to use such counterfeit or fictitious personal identification information of information for other purpose, commit and facilitating the commission of the fraud on another personal, commit an offense, fraudulent creation or use. That's the guy who took my photograph and make me look like a devil. That's another fucking fraud right there for stealing my identity. Creation or use or possession with intent to fraudulently use counterfeit or fictitious personal identification information. A felony of the third degree. Any person who commits an offense described in section or fucking for the purpose of obtaining the use of personal identification information misrepresent himself or herself to be a law enforcement officer, an employee or representative of the bank, credit card company, credit counseling company, or credit reporting agency, or any person who is wrongfully representing that he or she is seeking assistance the victim with the problem and with the victim's credit history, blah, blah, blah. This is all credit history. In case misdemeanor and offense, reclassifying felony of the third degree. In case of felony, the offense reclassified as a felony second degree. In case of a felony of the second degree offense, reclassify as a felony of the first degree. In the case of felony of the first degree, of the felony of the first degree, punishable by term imprisonment, not exceeding life. And the offense of it reclassified as the felony. Restitution. In a sentence of the defendant convicted of the offense under the section, the court may order that the defendant makes restitution under 775.89 any victims of the offense. In addition to the victims' out-of-the-pocket costs, restitution may include payments of the other costs, including attorney fees incurring by the victim, clearing the victim's credit history, rating, or any costs of incurring in connection with the civil or administrative proceeding, satisfy any debt, liens, or anything obligation the victim arising as a result of an action of defendant. Florida Stat 8175685, unlawful possession of a personal identification information or another person. 3A, a person who violated subsection 2 and in doing so possesses the personal identification information or identification of 4 or fewer person commits a misdemeanor of the first degree, punishable as provided 775-082 or 775-082. B1, proof that the person the proof that a person used or has the possession of the personal identification information of 5 or more individual unless satisfactorily explained give the rise to an inference that the person who used or was in possession of the personal identification information did not knowingly or intentionally without authorization. 2. A person who violated subsection 2 and is possesses the personal identification information of 5 or more person commits a felony of the 3rd degree, punishable as provided 775.082, 775.803, or 775.8.084. Yeah. Subsection 2, 4, subsection 2 does not apply to a person who is a parent or legal guardian of the child or possesses a personal identification information of that child. A person who is a guardian of another person under 744 whose authorization to possess the personal identification information and decision regarding access to personal identification information. An employee of a governmental agency who is possessed of personal identification. Yeah, a person who is engaged in fucking unlawful business or possesses the personal identification information of another person in an ordinary course of business. A person who finds the cards of document issued by the governmental agency to contain with the personal identification information of another person who takes responsible reasonable prompt action to return the card of document of its owner to the governmental agency that issues the card and document or to the law enforcement. Georgia Code. Now we're going to Georgia. Georgia Code 116-9-120. I don't know what ETSEQ dot. Identity fraud. This is Georgia Code. A violation of the article other than fucking violation of the code 16-9-121.1 or 16-9-122 shall be punishable by imprisonment for not less than 1 or more than 10 years or fine not exceed $100,000. Or both. Any person who commits such a violation, yeah, anybody who lives in Georgia, the fine is $100,000. You know, so both any person who commit such a violence for any second or any fucking subsequences offense shall be punished by imprisonment or for not less than three no more than 15 years. A fine not to be exceed $250,000 or both. A or B. A violation of the article which does not involve the intent to commit theft or appropriation in any property. Resources. Other things of value that committed by a person who is less than 21 years of age shall be punished by imprisonment for not less than 1 year or more than 3 years for the fine not to exceed $5,000 or both. Offense of aggravated identity fraud. A person commit the offense to aggravated identity fraud when he or she is willful and fraudulently uses the counterfeit for fictitious identity information concerning a real, fictitious, or deceased person with intent to use such counterfeit or fictitious identifying information for the purpose of attaining employment. A.1. A violation of code 16-9-121.1 shall be punished by the imprisonment for not less than 1 or more than 15 years, a fine not to exceed $250,000 or both. and such sentence shall run consecutivity consecutively to any other sentence which a person has received. Attempting or aspiring to commit offense. Any person convicted of violation of the code section shall be punished by imprisonment and or community service by the fines or by both such punishment not to exceed the maximum punishment prescribed for the offense, the commission of which was the objective of the attempt of conspiracy. Restitution. Any person found guilty of the violation of the article may be ordered by the court to make a restitution to any consumer victim or any business victim such as a fraud. Oh, they got Guam code. That's America. Impersonation, identity theft. Any offense under the section is a felony of the second degree if the benefit obtains or the injuries or fraud perpetrated on another, or the payments sought to avoid, if any, or is at least $5,000. Otherwise, it is a felony of the third degree. Restitution. A person found guilty of violating any provisions of this section shall, in addition to any other punishment, be ordered to make restitution for financial loss sustaining by the victim result of any violation. Financial loss may include any cost of incurred by such victim, correcting the credit history in a costing incurred connection of any civilized and administrative proceed to satisfy debt. Oh, they all left. Hawaii REV statute 708-839-6, identity theft in the first degree, class A felony. Hawaii Revenue Stat 708-839-7, identity theft in the second degree, class B felony. Hawaii Rev Stat 708-839-8, identity theft in the third degree, class C felony. Hawaii Rev State 708-839.55, unauthorized possession of confidential personal information is a class C felony. Unauthorized possession of confidential information is a class C felony. Hawaii Rev Stat 708-893. 708-893. Use of a computer in the commission of a separate crime. Use of the computer in the commission of a separate crime is an offense, one class or a grade, or as a case may be, greater than the offense facilitated, notwithstanding any other laws to the contrary. A conviction under the section shall not merge with a conviction for separate crimes. Idaho Code 18-3129, misappropriation of personal identifying information. Idaho Code 18-3126A, acquisition of personal identifying information by false authority. Idaho Code 18-3127, receiving or possessing fraudulently obtaining goods of service. Idaho Code 18-3128, penalties for violations. Any person found guilty or violation of 18-3127 Idaho Code is guilty of a misdemeanor. In the event that the retail value of the good obtained or attempt to be obtained through any violations provision of 18-3127 Idaho Code proceed $300. Any such violation which constitute a felony in which be punished. And I want to see you. I'm not going to talk to you. I'm just interested in this thing. Of any person's fraud, guilty of violation 18-3126 or 18-31126A Idaho Code is guilty of felony for purpose of the section of the punishment for the misdemeanor shall be fined up to $1,000 or up to 1 year in county jail. Both such fine imprisonment for the purpose section. Punishment for the felony shall be fined up to $50,000 or imprisonment in the state prison for exceeding 5 years, or both such fine and imprisonment. This Illinois REV Stat Chapter 725 /16-30 ETSEQ facilitating identity theft, Class A misdemeanor for the first offense, and Class 4 felony for the second subsequent offense. Transmission of personal identifying information, Class A misdemeanor. Identity theft of credit, money, blah blah blah, money, property, blah blah blah. I know this. Okay, that's a lot. See what else. Aggravated identity theft. Aggravated identity theft is credit, money, goods and service, or other property not exceed $300 in value. Aggravated identity theft is okay. Aggravated identity theft, blah blah. Illinois, false personation, use of title, solicitation, certain identity. False impersonation is a violation of subsection A-5, A-7, and C6 is a Class A misdemeanor. Indiana Code 35-43-501 ETSEQ definition. Identity deception. Identity Code 35-43-5 3.5 identity deception, Class 6 felony. The offense defines in a subsection A is a classified Class 5 felony if a person obtained, possessed, transfers, or uses identifying information for more than 100 persons. The fair market value of this fraud or harm caused by the offense is at least $50,000, or a person obtained, possesses, transfers, or uses the identifying information of the person who is less than 18 years of age is the person's sons or daughter or dependent of the person, is ward of the person, or an individual whom the person is a guardian. The synthetic identity deception. Indiana Code 35-43-5-3.8. Class synthetic identity deception. Class 6 felony. The offense under subsection A is a Class 5 felony if a person obtained, possessed, transfer, or uses synthetic identifying information of more than 100 persons, or 2. The fair market value of the fraud or the harm caused by the offense is at least $50,000. Iowa Code 715 A-8 ET identity theft. 3.A. If the value of the credit, property, service of the other benefit exceed $10,000, the person commits a Class C felony. If the value of the credit, property, well, that's all fucking nothing stolen. Seizure, forfeiture, real personal property, identity theft, passport, dealing with false identity. Kansas State and then 215918, dealing with false identification documents vital to recording identity fraud. C1, vital records identity fraud is a severely level 8 non-person felony. Dealing in a false identification document is a severely level 8 non-person felony. Kansas State and 21-606108 identity theft, identity fraud. C1 identity theft is a severely class 8 severity level 8 non-person felony, except as provided in subsection C1B and B. So severity level 5 non-person felony if monetary loss to the victims or victims is more than $100,000. 2. Identity fraud is severely level 8 non-person felony. Restitution, Kansas Stat and 216604 restitution. B1. In addition to the lieu of any of the above, the court shall order the defendant to pay restitution, which shall include but not be limited to damage or loss caused by defendant's crime, unless the court finds compelling circumstance which would render the plans of restitution unworkable in regards to the violation of a KSA 21-6107 and the amendment thereto. Such damage or loss shall include but not be limited to attorney fees, costs incurring to the repairs and the credit history rating person whose personal identification document obtaining used violations such as section 2 to satisfy personal identification documents were obtained and used for violations such section. If the court finds the plan of restitution unworkable, the court shall state the record detailed reason. Therefore, if the court orders restitution, shall be judgment against the defendant, which may be collected by the court by garnishment or other execution as the judgment is civil cases. If other 60 days from the state restitution ordered by the court, a defendant is found to be uncompliance with the plan established by the court, the payment of restitution and victim to whom restitution is ordered to pay as not initiated, proceed to accordance to with KSA 604301 estate sequence and an amendment thereto. The court shall assign an agent procured by the Attorney General pursuant to KSA 75-719 and the amendment thereto to the collect the restitution of behalf of the victim. The chief judge of each judicial district may assign such cases to an appropriate division of the court of the civil conduct, civil collection proceeding. Forfeiture, conducts and offenses giving rise to forfeiture under the act, whether or not there is a prosecution or convicted related to the offense, are identity theft and identity fraud is defined as subsection A and B of KSA 21-6107 and amendment thereto. Kentucky REV Stat 443.870 ET sequencing 443872 disclosure of information from financial information repository. Yeah. Violation of section class D felony. If the person violating this section is a business that has violated the section more than one occasion, then the person also violated Consumer Protection Act. KRS 367.110 to 367.300. Kentucky Rev State Statute 434.874. Trafficking in financial information information is a Class C felony. If a person violated this section, it is a business that has violated this section on more than one occasion, then the person also violated the Consumer Protection Act, KRS 367.110 to 367.300. Kentucky Reverend Stat 514.160, theft of identity. Theft of identity is a Class D felony. If the person violating the section is a business that has violated the section on more than one occasion, then the person also violated the Consumer Protection Act, KRS 367.110 to 367.300. Forfeiture. Any person found guilty of violating any provisions of section shall forfeit any lawful claims to identifying information, property of other realized benefits of the other person is results such as violation. Kentucky Red Stat 518.170, trafficking stolen identity. Trafficking in stolen identity is a Class C felony and a personal violating this section is a business that has violated the section on more than one occasion. Then that person also violated the Consumer Protection Act, KRS 367.110 to 367.300. Kentucky Rev Statute 532.034, restitution for financial loss resulting from theft of identity or trafficking stolen identity. A person found guilty of violating any provision of KRS 434.872, 434.874, 514.8160, or 514.170 shall, in addition to any other punishment, to be ordered to make restitution for financial loss sustained by the victim as a result of violation. Financial loss of any included any costs incurred by the victim correcting the credit history or of the victim, or any costs occurring in connection with any civil or administrative proceeding to satisfy any debt or other obligation of such victim, including lost wages or attorney fees. 2. A person found guilty of violating any provision, KRS 434.872, 434.874, 514.160, or 514.70 shall pay restitution to the person or entity that suffers the financial loss in addition to the financial loss of details subsection 1 of section. The person or entity may include financial institution, insurance company, or a bonding association that suffers direct financial loss as a result of the violation. Louisiana Reverend State Annual 1467.16 identity theft. Louisiana. Whoever commits a crime of identity theft when credit, money, goods and services, or anything else valued, obtained, possessed, or transferred with amount to a value of 1,000 or more shall be imprisoned without hard labor or 10 years. Whoever commits a crime of identity theft when the victim is 60 years of age, not 60 years of age. Whoever commits the crime identity theft when the victim is the age of 17, when the credit, monies, goods, service, anything value 1,000 or more in prison without hard labor. Shit. Whoever commits crime of identity theft with money, credit, service, credit, money, goods, service, or any else that value obtained, possessed, or transfer, which amount to 400 or more, but less than 1,000 shall be in prison with or without hard labor, or for not more than 5,000 or both. Whoever commit crime for identity theft victims is 60. Anybody say I'm not fucking 60? 17. Whoever commit crimes, 60, 17. Ah, damn. Whoever commits crimes, 60. Restitution. In addition to the foregoing penalties, a personal convicted under section shall be ordered to make full victims or any other. Oh, jeez, it's the same thing. Louisiana stat 1470.7 unlawful production, manufacturing, distribution, or possession of fraudulent documents for identification purpose. Whoever violated the provision of the section possessing a fraudulent document for identification purpose shall be fined not more than $500 or imprisoned or not more than 6 months or both. Whoever violated the provision section by distributing, manufacturing, or producing a fraudulent document for identification purpose shall. That's 5,000 grand. Online personation. Holy shit. Louisiana Red State Annual 1473-10. Online personation. Except as provided in paragraph 2 of subsection, whoever violates any provision of this section shall be fined not less than $250 nor more than $1,000. In prison or not less than 10 days. That's not much. Oh well, who cares? 10 days is not bad. Or more than 6 months. Oh shit, 10 days or more than 6 months or both. When the offender is under the age of 17, under the age of 17 years, the disposition of the matter shall be governed exclusively by the provision of the title of the children's codes. Oh, we're going to I think Massachusetts state. Stat annual title 17-A 905-8 misuse of identification, class D crime. Maryland Criminal Law Code annual 8-308 ETSEQ identity fraud. A person who violates this section where it benefits credits, goods, service, health information, healthcare, or other things of value that is subjective of subsection. B, C, and D or D of this section has a value at least of $1,000, but less than 10,000. At least 1,000, but less than 10,000 is the guilty of the felony, and on the conviction is subject to imprisonment not exceeding 10 years or a fine not exceeding $10,000 or both. 1. A person who violates this section where the benefits, credit, goods, service, or other things of value that is subject of subsection B, C, or D, or this section has a value at least 10,000 but less than 100,000 is guilty of felony or conviction is subject to imprisonment not exceeding 15 years or a fine not exceeding 15,000 or both. Number 1, a person who violates this section where benefit credit, okay. Now this one, same thing, but it's a value of 100,000 or more is guilty of felony and conviction subject and imprisonment not exceed 25 years or fine not exceed 25,000 or both. Section 2, a person who violates benefit credit service. This one, okay, same thing. Value less than 1,000 is guilty of a misdemeanor. Person who is fucking, the same thing. A person who violates section C, 1, E, or F, this section is guilty of misdemeanor and conviction subject to imprisonment not exceed 18 months or fine not exceed 500 or both. When the violation of Number 5, when the violation of this section pursuant to one scheme or continued course of conduct, whether from the same or several sources, the conduct may be considered one violation and value, benefit, credits, goods, service, or other things. The value may aggregate and determine whether the violation is in felony or misdemeanor. Restitution. In addition to the restitution under Title 11, Subtitle 6 of the Criminal Procedure Article of the court may order a person who plead guilty or nolo contender, or who is found guilty under the section to make restitution to the victim, reasonable costs, including reasonable attorney fees incurred for the clearing of the victim's credit history or connection with civil or administrative proceeding to satisfy debt, liens, judgment, and other obligation of the victims that arose because of the violation. A blank or incorrect identification now. Government identification documents. Okay, Massachusetts law. And see chapter 266 37E. Use of personal identification of another identity fraud. Whoever with intent to defraud, possess, and another persons without the express authorization of the person, and uses such personal identifying information to obtain or to attempt to obtain money, credit, goods, service, anything of value, any identification card or other evidence such as personal identity, or to harass another, shall be guilty of identity fraud and shall be punished by the fine of not more than 5,000 or imprisonment in a house correction, or not more than 2 or 2.5 years, or by both such fines and imprisonment. Whoever with an intent to defraud, obtain personal identifying information about another person without the express authorization of such person with the intent to pose as such a person, or who obtain personal identifying information about a person without the express authorization of such person in order to assist another person to possess as such a person in order to obtain money, credit, goods, service, anything of value, and any identification card or other evidence such as personal identity, or to harass another, shall be guilty of crime of identity fraud, and shall be punished by the fine or not more than 5,000 or imprisonment in house correction for not more than 2.5 years, by both such fines as imprisonment. A person found guilty of violating any provision of section shall, in addition to any other punishment, be ordered to make restitution for a financial loss sustained by the victim as a result of such a violation. Financial loss may include any costs incurred by such victim correcting the credit history, or such victim costs occurred connection with any civil or administrative proceeding satisfying any debt obligation of such victim, including lost wages and attorney fees. Michigan laws 44.5.61 ET6 question. Identity Theft Protection Act. Subject to subsection 6, a person who's violated 5 or 7 is guilty of felony punishable as follow, except as otherwise providing in subdivision B and C by imprisonment or for not more than 5 years, or fine of not more than 25,000 or both. B, if the violation is a second violation of 5 or 7 by imprisonment for not more than 10 years, or the fine not more than $15,000 or both. C, if the violation is a third subsequent violation of 5 or 7 by imprisonment, it's so fucking weird. Imprisonment for not more than 15 years, or the fine of not more than $75,000 or both. Subsection 1 does not, both 6 subsection 1 does not apply to violations of the statute of the or the rules administered by a regulatory board, commission, or officers acting under authority of the state or the United States that confers primary jurisdiction on the regulatory board, commission, or the officers authorize, prohibit, or regulate the transaction and the conduct of the person, including but not limited to the state, federal statute or the rules governing by the financial institution and the insurance code of 1956, 1956 PA 218 MCL 500.100 to 500.8302 if the act commits by a person subject to regulating by the statute of the rules or by any other person who has contracted with that person to use personal identifying information for the forfeiture, except as a provided in subsection 2, the following property of the subject to forfeiture: any personal or real property that has been used or possessed and acquired in a felony violation of act, except as provided in subparagraph I, I to subparagraph triple I. Conveyance include an aircraft, vehicle, vessel, use, intent. Okay, what's transportation, convenience use, personal, common carriers, convenient use, sports for reason, act, omission. Yeah, there's a lot of fucking shit. Minnesota stat 609-527 identity theft. God, I feel sorry for the state, what state you live in. A person who violates subdivision 2 may be sentenced as followed. 1, if the offense involves a single direct victim and a total combined loss to a direct victim of any indirect victim is $250 or less, the person may be sentenced to imprisonment for not more than 90 days, or to the payment of the fine of not more than 1,000 or both. 2, if the offense of the involved single direct victim and the total combined loss to the direct victim and any direct victim is more than $250, but not more than $500, the person may be sentenced to imprisonment for not more than 1 year, or the payment or to the payment of the fine of not more than 3,000 or both if the value of the property or the service stolen in more than $500, but not more than 1,000 if the offenses involves 2 or 3 direct victims, or the total combined loss to the direct or indirect victims in more than 500, but not more than 2,500. If the person may be sentenced to imprisonment for not more than 5 years, or to the payment of the fine of not more than 10,000. That's kind of funny. It's getting worse. If the offense involved more than 3, but not more than 7 direct victims, or if the total combined loss direct or indirect victims is more than 2,500, the person may be sentenced to imprisonment for not more than 10 years. to the payment of the fine not more than 20,000 or both. If the value of the property of the service stolen exceeds 5,000 or and more, and not five, if the offense involves 8 or more direct victims, or if the total combined loss of the direct or indirect victims is more than 35,000, or if the offense is related to the possession or distribution of pornographic works in violation 617.246 or 617.247, the person may be sentenced to imprisonment for not more than 20 years, or to payment of fine or not more than $100,000. Huh, that's so funny. In a prosecution under subdivision 2, the value of the money property or the service of the defendant receiving, or the numbers of the direct or indirect victims within 6 months period may be aggregated, and the defendant charged according in applying the provision of subdivision 3. Restitution. A direct or indirect victims of identified theft crime shall be considered a victim or for all purposes, including any rights that occurs under Chapter 611A and rights to court order restitution. The court shall order a person convicted of violating subdivision 2 to pay restitution of not less than 1,000 to each direct victim of the offense. Crimes of electronic use to false pretense obtaining identity. Whoever commits such offense may be sentenced to imprisonment for not more than 5 years, or to payments of fine of not more than $10,000 or both. Mississippi is worse. Mississippi Code, Annual 97-9-79, false information, misdemeanor, and upon conviction, therefore, shall be fined not more than $5,000, or in prison for a term not to exceed 1 year or both. False information. That's a big one there. Trolls, you do that a lot of false information. Mississippi Code, Annual 97-19-83, fraud by mail or other means of communication. Upon conviction, be punished by a fine or not more than 10,000, or by imprisonment for not more than 5 years, or by both such fine as imprisonment. Shit, they put you in prison. Mississippi 97-19-84, fraudulent use of identity, social security number, credit cards, debit cards, numbers, or other identifying information to obtain things of value, which that you guys trolls do. You guys trolls do that. Guilty of felony, and upon conviction, therefore, for the first offense, shall fine more than $5,000, or in prison more than for a term not to exceed 5 years, or both. For a second or subsequent offense, such as persons upon conviction shall be fined more than 10,000, or in prison for a terms not exceed 10 years, or both. Restitution. In addition to the fine, imprisonment, provide that this section, a person convicted under the section shall be ordered to pay restitution as provided in 99-37-1 ET sequencing. Mississippi Code Annual, I don't know, ANN 97-45-1 ET sequence. Identity theft. A person who violates this section is guilty of felony, punishable by imprisonment for not less than 2 or more than 15 years, or a fine of not more than 10,000, or both. If the violation is involved in an amount of less than $250, or a person who violated this section may be found guilty of a misdemeanor punishable by imprisonment in the county jail for the terms not more than 6 months, or by fines or not more than 1,000, or both, is in desecration of the court. Restitution. A person convicted under the section or under 9719-85 shall be ordered to pay restitution as provided in 99-37-1, and any legal interest in addition to any other fines, imprisonment which may be imposed. 97-29, identity theft passport. 97 Mississippi Code Annual 97-45-3, online impersonation. A violation of the section is punishable by the fine of not less than $250 and not exceed 1,000, or by imprisonment of not less than 10 days and not more than 1 year, or both. Missouri, Reverend Stat 570.222 ET, identity theft. Identity theft or attempt identity theft, which does not result in a theft or appropriation of credit, money, goods, service, or property, is a Class B misdemeanor. 2, identity theft, which result in a theft of appropriation of credit, money, goods, service, or other property not exceed $500 in value, Class A misdemeanor. 3, identity theft, which result theft, $500 is $5,000. It gets higher and higher. It goes all the way up to $50,000. Every person who has previously pled guilty to or been found guilty of identity theft or attempted identity theft, and who subsequently pled guilty to or found guilty of identity theft or attempted to identity theft or credit, money, goods, service, or other property not exceed $500 value, guilty, Class D felony, and shall be punished by accordingly. Restitution. The court may order that defendant to make restitution to any victims of the offense. Restitution may include payments of any costs, including attorney fees, incurring by the victim. In clearing the credit history, rating victim, and in connecting it with civil or administrative proceeding to satisfy any debt, liens, or other obligation of the victim arising from action of the defendant. Trafficking in stolen identity crime of possession documents, Class B felony. That's 570.224. Montana Code at 45-6-32, theft identity. A person convicted of offense of a theft of identity, if no economic benefits has gained or has attempt to be gained, or if an economic benefits are less than 1,500 as gained or attempt to be gained, shall be fined in an amount of not exceed 1,500. Imprisonment. Imprisoned in the county jail for the terms not exceed 6 months, or both. A person convicted of offense of theft or identity, if economic benefits of $1,500 or more, was gained or attempt to be gained, shall be fined to the amount not exceed $10,000. Imprisoned in the state of prison or in a term to exceed 10 years, or both. Restitution. If restitution is ordered, the court may include, as part of the determination of the amount owed and the payments of any costs incurred the victim, including attorney fees and any costs incurred clearing the credit history or credit rating victims, or connection to any civil or administrative proceeding satisfying any debt, lien, or other obligation of the victim arising as a result of action of the defendants. Criminal invasion of the personal privacy. Montana Code 45-8-20. Criminal invasion of personal privacy. A person convicted under a section shall be incarcerated for terms not to be exceed 1 year or fined in an amount not exceed 10,000 or both. Identity theft passport. Nebraska State 28-636 ET criminal impersonation 28-638. A criminal impersonation as described in subdivision 1A and 1B of the section is class 3 felony in the credit, money, goods, service, or other things of value that was gained or was attempt to be gained was 1,500 or more. Any second of subsequent conviction under the subdivision in a class 2 felony B criminal impersonation is described in subdivision 1A and 1B of this section. Is this class I think class 5 felony if the credit, money, goods, service, or other things of the values that was gained or was attempt to be gained was 500 or more, less than 1,500, or any second subsequent comes. Class 3 felony on that one. Impersonation as described in subdivision 1A and 1B of the section is a class 1 misdemeanor if the credit, money, goods, service, or anything of value that I have something of value right here. This is something of value, Yeah. Be gained at 200 or more than less than 500. Any second subsequent conviction under the subdivision of class 6 or class 5 felony criminal impersonation as described. Subdivision 1A, 1B of section class 2 misdemeanor, if no credit, money, goods, service, or anything value was gained or attempt to be gained, or if the credit, money, goods, service, or anything value gained attempt to be gain was less than $200. If no value. Any second conviction under this subdivision is class 1 misdemeanor, and a third subsequent conviction under subdivision class 5 felony criminal impersonation as described in subdivision 1C of section is a class 5 felony. Any second conviction under subdivision of a class 3 felony, and any third subsequent conviction under the subdivision of class 2 felony F criminals. Impersonation as described. Subdivision 1D of the section is a class 2 misdemeanor. Any second or subsequent conviction under subdivision is a class 1 misdemeanor. Resolution. A person found guilty of violation section may, in addition to penalties under the subsection, to be ordered to make restitution pursuant of 29-2880 to 29-2289. Nebraska Stat 28-639 identity theft. Identified theft is class 3 felony if credit, money, goods, service, or other things of value that was gained or was attempt to be gained was 1,500 or more. Any second subsequent conviction under the subdivision class 2 felony. Identity theft is class 5 felony if the credit, money, goods, service, or other things value was gained or was attempt to be gained 500 or more, but less than 1,500. Any second subsequent conviction under subdivision is class 3 felony. C. Identity theft is class 1 a misdemeanor if it's credit card, money, good, service, or other things value gained. Yeah, some $200, $500. Yeah, that's so much fucking complicated. Resolution. If person fraud, guilty violation section addition penalties under subdivision. Nebraska Stat 28-640. Identity fraud. Identity fraud is a class 1 misdemeanor. Any second or subsequent conviction under the subdivision is a class 5 felony. A person found guilty of violation of section may in addition to penalties under the subsection be ordered to make restitution pursuant to 29-2280 to 29-2289. Nevada State Statute 205.450, personating another, Category C felony, and shall be punished as provided in 193-130, personating another. Nevada Red Statute 205.455, personating another same as stealing. Personating another is same as stealing, unless a greater penalty is provided pursuant to 205.463. A person who falsely represents or personate another and in such assumed character receives any money or valuable property of any description intend to be delivered to the person so personated shall be punished in the same manner and to the same extent as the person who stole the money or properties to receive. Nevada State 205.461, obtaining and using personal identifying information of another to harm or to impersonate another to obtain certain non-public records or for other unlawful purpose, except otherwise provided in subsection 2 and 3. A person who knowingly obtain any personal identifying information of another person, and B, with the intent to commit an unlawful act, uses the personal identifying information, 1, to harm that other person, 2, to represent and impersonate that other person to obtain access to the personal identifying information of the person without the prior express consent of that other person. 3, to obtain access to the non-public records of action taken, communication made or received by, or other activities or transaction of that other person without the prior express consent of another person. Or 4, for any other unlawful purpose, including without limitation, to obtain credits or a good, a service of anything of value in the same or in the name of that other person is guilty of Category B felony, and shall be punished by imprisonment in a state prison for a minimum term not less than 1 year or a maximum term not more than 20 years. So, and may be further punished by the fine of not more than $100,000. So yeah, the guy using me will be fined more than $100,000. Except as otherwise provided in subdivision 3, a person who knowingly obtain any personal identification information of another person and uses this personal identification information to avoid or delay being prosecuted for an unlawful act is guilty for Category C felony and shall be punished as provided in 193.130. A person who violated subsection 1 or 2 by obtaining and using personal identifying information of an older person or a vulnerable person, B, subsection 1 or 2, by obtaining or using the personal identifying information of 5 or more persons, C, subsection 1 or 2, by causing another person to suffer or a financial loss or injury of $3,000 or more as a less result of the violation, or D, subsection 2, to avoid or delay being prosecuted for unlawful act that the punishable as a category A felony of category B felony is guilty of category B felony and shall be punished by imprisonment in the state of prison for the minimum term not less than 3 years or a maximum term of not less than 20 years, and may be further punished by the fine or not more than $100,000. Resolution. In addition to any other penalties, the court shall order this person convicted of violation subsection 1 to pay restitution, including, without limitation, any attorney fees and the costs incurring to A, repair the credit history or the ratings of the persons whose personal identifying information the convicted person obtained and used in violation subsection 1, and B, satisfying a debt, lien, or other obligation incurred by this person whose personal identifying information that the convicted person obtained and used in violation of section 1. Nevada Stat 205.464, obtaining, using, processing, or selling personal identifying information for unlawful purpose by public officers or public employees. Huh. That's a new one. Possession, not selling nothing. Wait a minute, selling. Wait a minute. Stat 205.465, possession or sale of documents of personal identifying information to establish false statute or identity, except for otherwise provides section 3A, personal who sells or transfer any such documents, personal identification information, personal. Well, you got everything about me, so that you basically you have my documentation on everything I have. Identity, okay. Establishing or processing financial laboratory now. Capturing, storing, reading, retaining, using, disclosing from Nevada Stat 205.46515. Capturing, storing, reading, retaining, using, or disclosing information from radio. Oh, this, no. Identity fraud is a Class A felony. New Hampshire. This is New Hampshire. New Hampshire law. If you live in New Hampshire, 638.63825. Identity fraud, Class A felony. Restitute a person found guilty of violating any provision of this section shall, in addition to the penalty under photograph 2, paragraph 2, be ordered to make restitution for economic loss sustained by a victim as a result of such violation. New Jersey. Anybody live in New Jersey? New Jersey Revenue Statute 2C 21-17. Impersonation, theft, or theft of identity. If the actor obtains a benefits or deprives another of the benefits in an amount less than $500, and the offense involves the identity of one victim, the actor shall be guilty of crimes of the 4th degree, except the second or the subsequent conviction for such an offense constitute a crime of the 3rd degree. If the actor obtains a benefits or deprive another of the benefits in the amount at least $500 but less than $75,000, or the offense involved the identity of the least two but less than 5 victims, the actor shall be guilty of crimes of the 3rd degree. If the actor obtains a benefit and deprives another of the benefit in the amount of $75,000 or more, or the offense involved the identity of 5 or more victims, the actor shall be guilty of crime of the second degree. 2C 21-17-1, restitution. Restitution to the victim of the offense under New Jersey NGS 2C 21-1, Section 1 of PL 1983 C dot 565 C points 2C 21 1-7.1 NGS 2C 21-17, Section 5 of PL 2003 C 184 C C2C 21-17.2 or Section C of PL 2003 C 184 C2C 21-17.3 when the offense concerned personal identifying information may include costs incurring by victim in clearing the credit history or credit ratings the victim or in the connection of the civil administration proceeding satisfying any debt, lien, or obligation of the victim arising as a result of the action of the defendant. The New Jersey Rep Stat 2C 21-17.2, use of personal identifying information of another, crime of the second degree. New Jersey Reveille 2C-21-17.3, trafficking in personal identifying information, which this troll is doing. He's using my information, trafficking my identity. Basically, that's what he's doing, trafficking my identity. A person who knowingly distributes, manufactures, or processes any item containing personal identifying information pertaining to another person without the person's authorization and the knowledge that the actor, the actor is facilitating a fraud or injury to the perpetrated by anyone is guilty of a crime of the fourth degree. If a person distributes, manufactures, or possesses 20 or more items containing personal identifying information pertaining to another person, or 5 or more items containing a personal information pertaining to 5 or more separate person without authorization, and the knowledge that the actor is facilitating a fraud or injury to the perpetrated by anyone, that person is guilty of a crime of third degree. If the person distributes and manufactures process of 50 or more items, I'm guessing you trolls done more than 50, maybe, more items containing personal identifying information pertaining to another person, or 10 or more items containing personal identification information pertaining to 5 or more separate persons without authorization, and the knowledge, the actor right here, the actor is facilitating a fraud or injury to perpetrating by anyone's person is guilty of a crime of the second degree. Theft of identity. New Mexico, let's go New Mexico, 30-16-24-1, theft of identity, fourth degree felony. Obtaining identity by electronic fraud. Basically, you're on a computer. If you look at that while you're on the computer, you stole my picture. That's fourth degree felony. Restitution. A person found guilty of a theft identity of obtaining identity by electronic fraud shall in addition to any other punishment be ordered to make restitution for any financial losses. Well, you're hurting me, Personal injury is an offense. In addition, out of the pocket costs, restitution may include payments or costs including attorney fees incurring by the person clearing, and the person's credit history, credit rating, criminal history, criminal charges, costs incurring connection of the legal processing, satisfying debt, lien, judgment, or other obligation of the person arising as a result of an offense. New Mexico stat is 31-26-15 and Penal Law 19023 false personation, Class B misdemeanor. Penal Law 190.25 New York, criminal impersonation is a second degree, Class A misdemeanor. New York Penal Law 190.26 criminal impersonation is a first degree Class E felony. New York Penal Law 190.77 is 190 offense involved theft of identity. So you stole my identity, so it's a theft of identity. New York Penal Law 190.77 offense Penal Law 190.78 identity theft in the third degree, Class A misdemeanor. New York Penal Law 190.79 identity theft, the second degree, Class E felony. New York Penal Law 190.80 identity theft in the first degree, Class D felony. New York Penal Law 190.88-8 aggravated identity theft. That's what you're doing. And aggravated identity theft, Class D felony. New York Penal Law 190.81 unlawful possession of a personal identifying information in the third degree, Class A misdemeanor. New York Penal Law 190.82 unlawful possession of a personal identifying information in the second degree, Class A felony. New York Penal Law 190.83 unlawful possession of a personal identifying information in the first degree, Class D felony. New York Penal Law 60.27 restitution. In addition to any of the disposition authorized by the article, the court shall consider restitution or reparation to the victim of the crime and may require restitution or reparation as part of the sentence imposed upon the person convicted of an offense. And after providing the district attorney with an opportunity to be heard in accordance with the provision of the subdivision required the defendants to make restitution of the fruits of his or her offense or reparation for or the actual out-of-pocket loss caused thereby in case of the violation 190.78, 190.79, 190.80, 190.82, or 190.83, or this chapter, any cost or loss incurred due to any adverse action taken against the victim. Adverse action as used of the subdivision shall mean that includes the actual loss incurred by the victim, including the amount equal to the value of the time reasonable spent by the victim attempting to remediate the harm incurred by the victim from the offense and the consequences financial losses from such action. Okay, North Carolina 14-13113.20 identity theft, Class G felony, except it is punishable as Class F felony. If the victim suffers arrest, detention, or conviction as a proximate result of the offense, or the person is possession of the identifying information pertaining to 3 or more separate persons. Trafficking stolen identity, what you're doing, you're trafficking my identity as you speak. So trafficking stolen, that's a Class E felony, 1413.28. Generation stat 14-113.22 restitution. The court may order a person convicted under -113.20 or 14-13.28 to pay restitution. pursuant of Article 81C of Chapter 15A of the General Statute of the financial loss caused by violation to any person. Financially loss, including under this subsection, may include in addition actual losses and lost wage, attorney fees, and other costs incurring by the victim, correcting his or her credit history or credit rating or connection with criminal or civil administration proceeding brought against the victim resulting from misappropriation of victims' identifying information. North Dakota unauthorized is North Dakota Sent Code 12.1-23-11, unauthorized use of personal identifying information. 2, an individual is guilty of an offense if the individual uses or attempts to use any personal identifying information of another individual, living or deceased, to obtain credit, money, goods, service, or anything else of value without authorization or consent of the other individual. The offense is Class B felony. If the credit, money, goods, service, or anything else on the value exceed 1,000 in value, otherwise is a offense is a Class C. A second or a subsequent offense, a Class A felony. 3, a person is guilty of an offense if the person uses or attempt to use any personal identifying information of any individual, living or deceased, without authorization or consent of the individual. If in order to interfere with the initiate a contract or service for the person of the other than the individual to obtain or continue employment, to gain access to the personal identifying information of another individual, or to commit an offense in a violation of laws of this state, regardless of whether there is another actual economic loss to individual. A first offense under the subsection is a Class A misdemeanor. A second or a subsequent offense under the subsection is a Class C felony. North Marion, Ohio. Identity fraud. Ohio has a 2913.49. Identity fraud. 2, except as otherwise provided in a division or divisions of this section, identity fraud is a felony or fifth degree of the fifth degree. If the value of the credit, property, service, debt, or other legal obligation involves in a violation of course of conduct is 1,000 or more and less than 7,500, except otherwise provided. Division of this Division 1.3 of section. Identity fraud is a felony of the fourth degree. If the value of the credit, property, service, debt, legal obligation involves violation, courses, conduct, 7,500 or more or less than 150,000, except otherwise provided in a division of 1.3 section, identified fraud is felony of the third degree. And it goes up higher, 150,000. It goes up to 150,000, and it's a second degree. Identity fraud against the elderly person or disabled adults. They even got that one too, shit. Ohio. False identity or social media. Oklahoma. Here we go. Oklahoma State 12-1450. False identity on social media. D. Actual damage shall include but not be limited to funds spent related to counseling, identity theft, or libel any profit from unauthorized use of such person's likeliness that are attributable to the use may be considered in computation of actual damage. Punitive damage of less than 500 per individual may be awarded to the injured party of the parties. The prevailing parties in the action under the section shall be entitled to attorney fees and costs. 21-1532, false personation receiving money or property or intent for another. A felony offense punishable in the same manner and to the same extent as the lucerne of the money and property so received. Oklahoma Stat Title 21-1533.1 ET, fraudulent obtaining personal identity of other person. Any person convicted of violating any provision of this section shall be guilty of identity theft. Any person who violated the provision of subsection A, B, or D of this section shall, upon conviction, be guilty of felony punishable by imprisonment in custody of Department of Correction for the terms of less than 1 year nor than 5 years, or the fine not exceed $100,000, or by both such fine and imprisonment. Any person who violates the provision of subsection C of the section shall, upon conviction, be guilty of misdemeanor, punishable by imprisonment in the county jail for the terms not exceed 1 year, or the fine not to exceed 100,000, or by both such fine imprisonment. Restitution to the victim may be ordered in addition to any criminal penalties imposing by the court. The victim of the identity theft may bring civil actions for damage against any person participating in furthering the crime or attempted crime of identity theft. Restitution to the victim may be ordered in addition to any criminal's penalty imposed by the court. Oklahoma Stat 21-1533.2, obtaining personal, financial, or other information of another from a financial institution, attempting punishment. A felony offense punishable by imprisonment in Department of Correction for a terms not more than 10 years. Restitution. In addition, the court may order the restitution to be paid by the defendant to every customer whose information must obtain or otherwise utilize in violation of the provision. Identity theft, Class C felony, Oregon State 165-800, identity theft, Class C felony. Oregon Revenue State 165.803, aggravated identity theft, Class B felony. Oregon State 137.717, additional offense required imposition pre-prospective sentence. When the court sentences a person convicted of aggravated identity theft under ORS 165.803, the presumption sentence is 24 months of incarceration, unless the rules of Oregon Criminal Justice Commission prescribe longer presumption sentence if the person has a previous conviction of aggravated theft in the first degree under ORS 164.057. Burglary is the first degree. Under ORS 164.2225, robbery is the third degree. So basically, the kind of identity theft as burglary, robbery is it's like the same. In under ORS 164.395, robbery in the second degree. Under ORS 164.405, robbery in the first degree. Under ORS 164.415, aggravated identity theft. Under ORS 165.803B, 2 or more previous conviction or any combination of crimes listed in subsection 2 or section or C, previous conviction or crimes listed in subsection 2 or the section current crime conviction committed while defending the supervision for the previous conviction less than 3 years. After that day, the defendant completes the period of supervision or previous conviction, identity theft under ORS 165-800. The presumptive sentence is 18 months or of incarceration, unless the rules of Oregon Criminal Justice Commission prescribe longer perception sentence. If the person has a previous conviction of aggravated theft in the first degree, ORS 164.05, unauthorized use of a vehicle under ORS. I don't know why that's funny. Okay. Unauthorized trafficking, stolen, whatever that is. That's part of it. Okay. Oregon Stat 165.810, unlawful possession of personal identification device. That's a Class C felony. Unlawful possession of fictitious identification. That's the same thing. 165A13, Class C felony. Unlawful possession of fictitious identification. Pennsylvania Stat 184120, identity theft. Grading. The offense shall be graded follow except 1 as otherwise provided in paragraph 2. An offense under 2. An offense under subsection falls within the following classification depending on the value of any property or service obtaining by means of identify information. If the total value involves less than $2,000, the offense is misdemeanor of the first degree. If the total value involves $2,000, it's a misdemeanor. Furthermore, let's see, regardless of total value, it's like, yeah. Restitution. The court shall, in addition to any restitution sentence or order authorization by law, sentence a person convicted of violation 4106, related access device fraud, or 4120 related to identity theft, to make restitution. You got a computer, it's a device, all reasonable expenses incurring by victims on the victim's behalf, investigating theft and the victim's identity to bring or defend civil or criminal action related to theft of the victim's identity. Or 3, to take other efforts to correct the victim's credit, record negative credit report related to type expenses, and the type of expense recoverable under the section include but are unlimited the fees that professional service by attorneys or accountants fee or cost imposed by credit bureaus associated with the efforts to correct the victim's credit record occurring private investigation or associated with contesting unwarranted debt collection and court costs and the fees. Impersonation is a misdemeanor. Puerto Rico, impersonation is a misdemeanor. Identity theft, 4th degree felony. Restitution. As part of the restitution that the court may impose for the crime described in the subchapter, it may also demand the reimbursement of the expense of the victim for the restoration of his credit, including the payment of the debt or obligation arising the act to the offender. Rhode Island Law 11-41-4, obtaining property by false pretense or personation. Every person who shall obtain from another design league, whatever, by any false pretense or pretense, any money, goods, wares, or other properties with intent to cheat or defraud and every person who shall who shall personate another or who shall falsely represent himself or herself to be the agent or the servant of another and shall receive any money or other properties intend to be delivered to the person so personated or to allege principal or master of the agent or servant shall be deemed guilty of Lacerni. Penalties of Lacerni, whatever that is. 1141-1. Any person convicted of any offense under 11-41-1 1141-6 except 1141-3 is the value of the property of money stolen, received, embezzlement, converted, obtained, received, taken, received, taken, or secreted by false pretense or otherwise with intent to cheat, defraud, embezzle, or fraudulently convert exceed 1,500, or the property is is a firearm or as defined 11-47-5 shall punish imprisonment for not more than 10 years, 5,000 or both. Shit. Any person convicted. Okay. Impersonation and Identity Fraud Act, Rhode Island, 11-49.1-1. Impersonation and Identity Fraud Act. Every person who violates the provision of 1149.1-3 shall be imprisoned for not more than 3 years and may be fined not more than $5,000 or both for the first conviction. Every person who violated the provision of 1149.1-3 may be imprisoned for not less than 3 years, nor more than 5 years, and shall be fined not more than 10,000 or both. You know? Yeah, I know. Every one person who violates the provision of 1149.1-3 shall be imprisoned for not less than 5 years or nor more than 10 years, and shall be fined not less than 15,000 or both for the third subsequent conviction. South Carolina. Personal Financial Security Act, financial identity fraud. Basically, if you took my picture, it's still going to be fine. It would be the Personal Financial Security Fraud Act. You know, a person who violates provision of this section is guilty of felony upon conviction, must be fined in discretion of the court of in prison not more than 10 years or both. Restitution. The court may order restitution to the victim pursuant to the provision of 1725-322. South Carolina Code 1613-520 financial. I already read that one, didn't I? South Dakota. South Dakota Codified Law Annual 22-40-1 ETC. Impersonation with intent to deceive law enforcement. That's a neat one. That's a Class A misdemeanor. South Dakota Classified Law 22-40-80. Identity theft. Class 6 felony. Tennessee Code 3914-40. Identity theft. Class D felony. Identity theft, trafficking. Since he's on fucking YouTube and he's using my pictures, he's trafficking it. So that's a Class C felony. Seizures, judicial forfeitures. You know. Criminal impersonation. Criminal impersonation under subsection is a Class B misdemeanor. However, if the criminal impersonation has committed a falsely obtained driver's license or a photo identification license, or the maximum fine of 500 shall impose criminal impersonation under section is Class A misdemeanor. Using false identification, that's a Class C misdemeanor. This person, this troll right here is using false identification. That's a Class C misdemeanor. Texas, I hate Texas is really unauthorized acquisition or transfer of certain financial information. That's fraudulent use or possession of identified information. Texas Penal Code 32-51. An offense under the section is a state jail felony. If the number of items obtained, possessed, transferred, or used is less than 5, an offense under this section is a felony. The third degree is number item obtained, possessed, transferred, or used is 5 or more, but less than 10. This is really stupid. An offense under this section is a felony. Second degree if the number of items obtained, possessed, transfer, or use of 10 or more, but less than 50. God, that is so fucking funny. An offense described for purpose of punishment by subsection C 1-3 is increased to the next higher category offense if it is shown on trial of the offense that the offense was committed against the elderly. I guess I'm an elderly, and they're teenagers, against elderly individual because they called me old, individual as defined 2204 restitution. If the court orders a defendant to convict of offense under this section to make a restitution of the victim's offense, the court may order the defendant to reimburse the victim for the lost income or other expenses other than attorney fees incurred as a result of the offense. Texas Penal Code 3253, exploitation of child, elderly individuals, or disabled or disability. Exploitation. This is exploitation right here. An offense under section is a felony of the third degree. A person who subjected persecution under both the section of another section of this code may be prosecuted under either or both sections. Section of 3.04 does not apply to criminal episodes. Prosecute under both sections. The other section is of the code. The criminals episode prosecute under under a sentence. Identity fraud. Utah code. Utah code 76-6-1101 ET identity fraud. Identity fraud is except as provided in subsection 3B II. A third degree felony if the value of the credit, good, service, employment, or other things of value is less than $5,000, a second degree felony if the value of the credit, good, service, employment, or other things in value except $5,000 used describe subsection 2A, II, whatever of the fucking personal identifying information result directly and indirectly in bodily injury. So you're fucking psychologically injuring me. So injury of another person. When a defendant is convicted of violation of the section, the court shall order the defendant to make restitution to any victims of the offense of state on the record. So the reason the court does not find the ordering restitution to be appropriate restitution under subsection 5 may including A, payments of any costs incurred, including attorney fees, lost wages, and replacement of checks, and B, the value of the victim, the time incurs the offense in the clearing of the victim's credit history, credit rating, and any civil or administrative proceeding necessary satisfying or resolve any debt, liens, or obligation of the victim imputed to the victim arising from offense, and in attempt to a remedy of any other intend or actual harm to the victim incur as a result of the offense. Unlawful possession of another identification. Utah Code 76-6 and 1105. Unlawful possession of another identification document. Notwithstanding the provision of 76-6-1102-3, a person is guilty of Class A misdemeanor if he obtains a possession identifying documents. This is a document. It's a picture. It's still a document. To me, that's a document proving that this person has the picture of my on YouTube. Misdemeanor: obtaining possesses identified document with knowledge that it is not entitled to obtain or possess the identifying document, or assist another person in obtaining or possessing an identifying document with the knowledge that the person is not entitled to obtain or possess the identifying document. A person is guilty of the third-degree felony if he obtain, possess multiple identifying documents with knowledge that it is not entitled to obtain, possess the multiple identifying document, or assist another person in obtaining or possess. So you guys have 4. So you guys are assisting the look me up. You're trying to find everything about me. So yeah, multiple identifying document with knowledge that person is not entitled to obtain or possess the multiple identifying document. False impersonation. Vermont, statute, 13/2001, false impersonation. And in prison, not more than 10 years, or fine not more than 2,000 or both. Identity theft. Vermont State 13-20-2030. A person who violates the section shall be imprisoned for not more than 3 years, or fined not more than 5,000 or both. A person who is convicted of a second subsequent violation, this section involves separate scheme shall be impersonated by for not more than 10 years, or fined not more than 10,000 or both. Using a computer to gather identifying information. Virginia Code 18.2-152.51. Using a computer to gather identifying information. Any person who violates this section is guilty of Class 6 felony. Any person who violates this section and sells or distribute such information to another is guilty of Class 5 felony. Any person who violates this section and uses such information in the commission of another crime is guilty of a Class 5 felony. VA Code 18.2, 186.3, ET SEQ, whatever, SEQ, identity theft. D, violation of this section shall be punished as Class 1. Misdemeanor, any violation result in a financial loss of a greater than $200 shall be punished as a Class 6 felony. Any second subsequent conviction shall be punished as a Class 6 felony. Any violation of a subsection B where 5 or more persons, I got 4 persons. Maybe I think I got 5 persons. I got more than 5. I think there's more. I think I got like 20 people. So 5 or more person identifying information has been obtained and recorded or accessed in the same transaction of occurrence shall be punishable as a Class 5 felony. Any violation of the subsection B where 50 or more persons identifying information has been obtaining records or access in the same transaction of occurrence shall be punishable as a Class 4 felony. Any violation result in arrest and detention, and the person whose identification documents or identifying information were used to void, summon, arrest, persecution, or to impede the criminal investigation shall be punishable at a class 5 felony. Restitution. Upon the conviction, in addition to any other punishment of a person found guilty, this offense shall be ordered by the court to make restitution as the court deems appropriate to any person whose identifying information was appropriate for to estate such a person. Such restitution may include person or his estate actual expense associated with correcting or incorrectcy or errors in his credit report or other identify information. VA Code 18.2-186-4. Use of personal identity with the intent to coerce or intimidate or harass. Here's one. The VA Code 18.2-184.4. Any person who violates this section is guilty of class 1 misdemeanor. Any person who violates this section knowing or having reasons to know that the person is a law enforcement officer as defined in 9.1-101 is guilty of class 6 felony. The sentence shall include mandatory minimum terms confinement of 6 months. Holy shit, that's 6 months. That's 6 months in a fucking jail. Shit. Let's see. 18.2-59. Extortion of money, property, pecuniary benefits. Class 5 felony. Identity theft. Acting as Virginia Island. 14.742. Acting in assumed character. Acting as an assumed character, which is this person here. That person. He's acting in assumed. Whoever impersonates another and receives any money or property or knowing that intends to deliver to the individual impersonating intent to convert the same to his own use or to that another person or to deprive the owner thereof shall be fined not more than fucking $1,000. Yeah, I don't know what this guy having my identity. He could be selling it. He could be stealing money from my bank. He could be doing anything. But that's I could go to court easily for this one. Shit, I could. This is easy win. Code 14.2200 ET. Identity theft. Identity theft of a credit, money, good, service, or other property not exceeding 300. Blah blah blah. This is all property. And person who been previously convicted. Yes, jeez. That's the same thing. Goes on. Identity theft, credit, money. Identity theft, credit, money. 10,000. It goes from 2,000. It's like the first conviction. The first conviction is between 3 and 2,000. The second conviction, if it's more, it's like if you have more people, if they find more people, it's between 10,000 to 2,000 to 10,000. And then if they keep on defrauding a lot of, if these trolls defrauded a lot of people, the fine goes higher. It goes from 100,000 to 10,000, 10,000 to 100,000. And then from there it goes from 15 years imprisonment. If these trolls stole a lot of identities from other people, then yeah, the fine goes up higher. Okay, another one. Code 14.2203. Aggravated identity theft. Aggravated identity theft of credit, money exceed $300. Does the same thing. 10,000, 100,000, 100,000, 15 years, and then 15 years is a long time. Improperly obtaining financial. Washington Code 9.35.020. Shut up while I'm talking. Identity theft. No person may knowingly obtain, possess, use, or transfer a means of identification or financial information or another person's living or dead with the intent to commit or to aid or abet any crime violation. This section, when the accused or any accomplice violates subsection 1 of the section and obtain credit, money, goods, service, or anything else 1,500 in value shall identify identity theft is the first degree. Identity theft in the first degree is the Class B felony punishable according to Chapter 9A.20 RCW. A person is guilty of identity theft in the second degree when he or she subsection 1 or subsection under the circumstance amounting to identity theft in the first degree. Identity theft in the second degree is Class C felony, punishable according to Chapter 9A.20 RCW. Taking identity of another person. Code 61, West Virginia Code 61-34, taking the identity of another person, which this troll did. This troll took identity without my authorization, without my felony upon conviction shall be punished by confinement in penitentiary not more than 5 years, or fine not more than 1,000 or both. Yeah, I hope you get 1,000, you know. Wisconsin, 943.203, unauthorized use of an individual personal identifying information or document, Class H felony. Wisconsin State, 943.203, unauthorized use of entity identifying information or document, Class H felony. Wyoming, 6-3-615, use of false identity, citizenship, or resident alien document, which this person's using. He's using false identity. Misdemeanor, punishable by imprisonment for not more than 6 months, or a fine of not more than 1,000 or both. Theft of identity. This guy here stole my identity. This guy stole my identity from here, you know? So yeah, misdemeanor, a misdemeanor punishable by and he's impersonating me too. And he's impersonating me, so that's still punishable. So I didn't give him authority to take my information. I didn't give any of you trolls authority. So yeah, I could sue you guys. You know, I'm gonna sue you guys. I'm gonna go get a lawyer. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go get a fucking lawyer and then sue you fucking trolls. You know? So theft of identity, misdemeanor, punishable by imprisonment for not more than 6 months, a fine of not more than 750 or both, if no economic benefits as gained or was attempt to be gained, or if an economic benefits less than 1,000 was gained or was attempt to be gained on the dependent. A felony punished by imprisonment for not more than 10 years. A fine or not more than 10,000 or both an economic benefits of 1,000 or more was gained and was attempt to gain the defendant, you know. Restitution. In restitution plan is order the pursuant 7 death. You know, it's funny. I could sue you trolls for harassment too. I could sue you trolls for sexual harassment. Sexual harassment. That's another thing. I could sue you for suffering. You know, I could sue you for that too. There's a lot of things I could sue you trolls for. You know, I could sue on the blob for harassing me. You know, thank you. Yeah, good luck. I will. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna at least try. You know, I'm gonna at least fucking try. If I don't do it, then no one else is gonna do it. No one else is gonna fight you trolls. So I should start. You know, any person who's knowingly you're right now you're impersonating me. So yeah, that's a violation. Unlawful person impersonation through electronic means. Unlawful personation through electronic means. That's what he's doing right now. Any person who knowingly and without consent, you didn't have no consent of taking my identity. You have no consent. It's right here. It's the law. Are you that stupid? Are you that fucking stupid? I guess you trolls are you? I guess you trolls are stupid. I mean, you guys are fucking idiots. Unlawful impersonation through electronic means. The computer is electronic. Any person who knowingly, without consent, you hear that word? You're using my identity without my consent. You know, intentionally impersonating. That's what you got right there. You got me right there in your fucking footer. You're intentionally impersonating another actual person through or on the internet. On the internet. Look at it. It says through or on an internet website or by other electronic means, including but not limited to spoofing or causes or attempt to cause harm, is a guilty of misdemeanor. That's a misdemeanor. Right now, that's a misdemeanor. It's right here in the law. It's right here in the law. Every fucking word. You know, you're already fucking breaking the law. Yeah, I mean, you're just breaking the law, you know? So I use Wyoming Stat 6-3-902. You know, here it goes. Any person who's knowingly and without consent intentionally impersonates another actual person through or on an internet website or by other electronic means, including but not limited to spoofing or causes or attempt to cause harm, which he's doing. He's causing harm. You know, that's what he's doing. He's causing harm. And causing harm is guilty of misdemeanor, punishable by a fine of not more than $1,000, imprisonment for not more than 1 year, or both. That's exactly what you're doing. I didn't give you consent to let you have my identity. You stolen my identity. You know, I didn't give you its consent. I to all trolls, I give no consent for my information. I give no consent for my photograph. This is on records right now. I'm on record. This is all on records right now. You know, it's in the law. I just read all the laws. No, it's right here. Wyoming statute 6-3-902. Unlawful impersonation through electronic means. That's a law. Why don't you look it up? Wendy, why don't you look it up? You know, I guess your generation's too fucking stupid. You know? Your generation's too stupid. You guys are fucking idiots. You know? That's what I'm telling you guys. I did not give you consent to steal my fucking identity. I didn't give you consent. You know? I hereby, you know, it's like I'm gonna take you to court for stealing my identity. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go get a lawyer, Wendy. I don't know who the fuck you are, but I'll find somebody to find the fuck who you are. You know? I'm gonna find somebody to find you, and I'm gonna fucking sue your fucking ass for stealing my identity. You know? That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna sue your fucking ass for stealing my identity. I'm gonna sue your fucking ass for harassment. I'm gonna sue your ass for suffering. I'm gonna sue your ass. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna sue all the fucking trolls. You know, that's what I'm gonna do. All the fucking trolls that comes in here, I'm gonna sue their fucking ass. You know, I don't care how big they are. I don't care what they are. I'm gonna find a way to fucking sue you fuckers. You know, it's funny. There is always a way to sue you fuckers. I'll find somebody to find you. You know, I'll find somebody who can find you. You know, Do you think I'm joking? You think I'm fucking joking? I'm not joking. I'm serious. I can get, I would rather see you guys do a year in jail. I would love to see you guys do at least a year in jail or pay 200, two, three, 300, pay money, Fuck off. Fuck you, clown. Fuck you. You know, you can, it's funny. There's gonna be a way to find you guys. There's always a way to find you guys, and I have to go find someone to do it. That's the only problem. But I am gonna fucking find a way to sue your ass. If I have to, if I have to find a way to go to fucking YouTube, I'll find a way to go to YouTube. I'm gonna tell YouTube about you guys. I will tell YouTube about you fucking people. And then from there we'll see what happens. They should fucking put a law for you fuckers. For Yeah, I'm gonna find a way to sue your fucking ass, especially you, Wendy, the ones you're impersonating me right now. And you're taking my fucking and you're taking my fucking identity. You're stealing my identity, Wendy. You're stealing my identity. You know, right now you're stealing my identity, so that you're already breaking the law. And it's all by this. This is live chat. This is why I'm on live, because this is all on record. I'm putting this on record to all these trolls that are here. I read the laws out to you guys. I read the fucking laws out to you guys. This is all on record. Yeah. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck, Wendy. I really don't give a fuck. If you have my identity right now, look at you. You have my identity, Wendy. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Hey, Wendy, just shut up. Don't talk, please. I'm talking right now. Wendy, don't fucking talk, please. Fuck, stop talking. You talk too damn much. This is my channel, right? Okay, Wendy, this is my fucking channel. I'm gonna tell you this right now. This is my fucking channel. I didn't invite you to come to my channel. I never did invite you to come to my channel, did I? You're the one who invited yourself to come here. I didn't ask you to come here. Did I ask you to come here? Did I ask you to harass me? Did I ask you to harass me? Did I ask you to steal my identity? Come on, I'm telling you this. Did I ask you to steal my identity? Who told you can take my identity? Who told you that you could take my identity? Who told you could steal my fucking YouTube? Come on. Who told you? Tell me. It's like you fuckers are a piece of shits. That's what you are. You're nothing but a piece of shit behind that fucking computer. You're nothing but a coward behind a fucking computer that don't even want to show yourself. Wendy, you're nothing but a fucking coward behind a fucking computer. It's really, I think you're just a weakling behind that fucking computer. You don't even want to show your fucking self. So that tells me what you are, Wendy. You're nothing but a fucking coward. You always will be a coward. And you're always going to be a pathetic fucking piece of shit, like you always will be, because that's what you want. You want to be a pathetic piece of shit and piss people off. That's the whole idea that you're here for. You're here to make me mad. So that's harassment. I call that harassment. And then your friends, I call that sexual harassment for what you guys are doing. You guys are doing sexual harassment in front of me. And you guys and you call this is fun. You say that's fun. To me, that's not fun. I don't give a fuck about it. It's like you're here to fucking make me. You're here to make, your job is to make me angry. That's what your job is, Wendy. That's what your fucking job is, to make me fucking angry. You're here to fucking have fun with fucking people like me. That's what you get a hard on doing that shit. You get a hard on doing that shit. Finding people weakness. Trolls, the whole idea that you're here is to find people's weakness and make people angry. So that's what it is. It's really simple as that. Fuck you. Shut the fuck up, Wendy. Wendy, why don't you just shut the fuck up and stop talking? Because you're nothing but a fucking bullshit talker. You're like a con man. Look at this. Wendy, I look at you like a fucking con man because that's all you do. You just con people. You're like a fuck. You like to make up false bullshit. You're nothing but a fucking blind motherfucker that has no fucking life. I think you have no fucking life at all. That's what that's the whole objective. You don't have a fucking life. You're here to fuck with me. I'm gonna be Wendy. I'm gonna be point blank with you. You're here to fuck with me. Okay. This is all on record. This is all on fucking record. Wendy is here to fuck with me. That's what trolls do. Trolls are here to fuck with you. And that's all they want to do. They don't want to stop. Trolls do not want to stop. They want to keep on fucking with you and keep on fucking with you. They do it on purpose. People, people out here, trolls are here to they're not here to be your friend. Trolls are not here to be your fucking friend. Trolls are here to fuck with you. That's it. It's really simple as that. And their whole idea is to make you fucking angry. That's basically what they do. They're here to make you angry. They're here to harass you. They're here to fucking sexually harass you, and they get off on this. Trolls get off on making people fucking angry. That's the reality of it. Trolls are here. Trolls are not here to fucking. They're not here. They're not here. They don't give a fuck. This is the reality of a troll. They really don't give a fuck. Okay. Really, they don't give a fuck what they say. This is the reality of what a troll is. They don't give a fuck what they say, because unless their whole objective is to make you fucking mad. That's it. That's the whole objective. And it's funny about it is that they laugh. They like this is their fucking game. It's a game. It's all about a fucking game. That's what a troll does. To me, this is a troll's game, and this is how they whack off. This is a troll whacking off when they're fucking fucking with me. They're whacking off. That's what trolls does. When trolls fuck with you, they whack off, and it turns them on. It's a fetish. This is like a fetish for a troll. I realize troll. This is all like a fetish to them. It's like an enjoyment. It's like having a whip in a chain. And they like to be whipped, and it makes them feel good every time they speak their words. Every time they talk, it makes them feel good. It turns them on. It calms them down. This is what a troll is. A troll is nothing but a fucking bully. A troll is nothing but a bully. I would not trust a troll. Anybody who has trolls in their fucking, anybody who has a fucking troll in their fucking YouTube, just fucking blow them off. That's all you have to do. Just blow the fuck them off. Yeah, YouTube. YouTube. You need to control these fucking trolls. I'm gonna tell YouTube. I'm telling YouTube, control these fucking trolls. Because these trolls are out of control. They're here. All they're doing is harassing everyone. Yeah. All they want to do is harass you. That's it. They want to harass the fuck out of you. That's the whole idea of what a troll is. The whole idea is to harass you and find weakness and make you fucking cry. That's what a troll does. They want to make you fucking cry. I hurt you. And then when you cry, they laugh. This is exactly what a troll does. Is when you cry, they laugh. Trolls will laugh at you because it makes them feel good. It's like every time they fuck with you, they laugh at you. That's what trolls does. Trolls love to laugh at you. That's the way they are. Trolls always will be laughing at you. They're like the typical bullies. Trolls are the true. It's funny. The trolls, they are the real bullies. Any troll, any YouTuber, if you see a troll out there, You know, they're the real bullies. They're the bullies. They're like the ultimate bullies for entertainment. You know, they are the ultimate bullies for entertainment, and they're entertained by this shit. You know, they're so entertained in harassment and sexuality and they do all kinds of sexual harassment. They do all kinds of shit. You know, this is all on record. Everything here is all on fucking record. You know, and I'm proving to you that trolls, you know, trolls are nothing but a fucking piece of shit, fucking piece of, they're nothing but a piece of shit, you know? It has no fucking life. You know, they don't give a fuck. They're not on your side. They're not on nobody's side. All they care about is fucking with you. That's it, you know? All they give a fuck is fucking with you. And they whack off on that. That's their whack off. You know, they get fucking it gets them. It's like it turns them on when they fucking fuck with somebody like me. You know, it turns them on. You know, it's like it's a fetish. You know, I look at it this way. I think being a troll is like a fetish to them. You know, fuck you. You know, Wendy, why don't you shut the fuck up, please? You know, Wendy? Do you know how to shut the fuck up? Do you know what shut? Do you know what shut the fuck up mean? All you trolls, shut the fuck up. That's all you have to do is tell them to shut the fuck up and stop talking. You know, because that's all they do is talk. You know, and they can't stop talking. And then this is two trolls. You know, fuck you. You know, yeah, fuck you. You know, I'm gonna find a way to take you guys to court. You know, I'm gonna find a way to fucking take you guys to court. You know, at least you give me something to do. You know, at least you're giving me something to do to get out of the fucking house. You know, fuck off, Wendy. Fuck off, please. You know, if you fuck off, it would be nice. You know, it would be nice when if you fuck off. You know. Hello, Christine. Yeah, Wendy, it would be nice for you to just fuck off. That's all you have to do is fuck off because I don't want you. You know, I don't want you trolls. So I'm gonna put you guys, all you trolls. You're all not gonna speak one word in this fucking room. I got moderators. So my moderator is gonna prevent you. You guys are not gonna speak one word in this fucking room. You know, you have two options. Get the fuck out of here. You know, get the fuck out of here, or I'm gonna try to sue your fucking ass. You know, that's the only thing I want. That's the only two choices I give you. You know, get the fuck out of here, or I sue your fucking ass. That's that's all I give you. And YouTube, you know, this is on record. YouTube, ban these trolls out of my fucking YouTube. Ban these trolls out of my live stream. I'm telling you, YouTube, ban these fucking trolls out of my live stream. You know. So that's all I'm saying. Because they're sexually harassing, they're harassing me, they're harassing me, and they're fucking, you know, and they're playing their fucking stupid games, you know. So yeah, and they're stealing my identity. I'm telling YouTube, they're stealing my identity. They stole my information, and they fucking and they're sexual harassing and they're harassing me. So yeah, I want to fucking I want YouTube to find a way to ban these fuckers off my live stream. You know, I'm asking YouTube to ban these fucking trolls off my live stream. So you trolls have two options: either you get the fuck out of here, or I take you to court. You know, that's what I want to do. You know, I have to find a way to figure out where you guys are at. You know, I'll have to find a way to figure out where you guys are at. You know, I have to find somebody. Anonymous. Anybody from Anonymous. Can you help me find these trolls? Please. Anonymous Charity. Can you help me find these trolls? I'm asking you if you're out there. You know, that's all I'm asking. Yeah. Goodbye, people. I gotta go to sleep. Have a nice day. Bye bye.